Hello there, it's the 7th of May 2025. Welcome to another edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatu Boateng, and as always, it's an absolute pleasure to be able to bring you the best breakfast served on TV here in this part of town. All right, so just a quick one. The rains are coming. We're expecting the rains anytime soon, all right? We've seen some rains already across parts of the country, but we're expecting the heavy ones pretty soon. How prepared are we? And I'm asking this because of that perennial problem that we always face in this country. Okay, I'm referring to the flooding in the capital city and in other cities across the country. How prepared are we? Yesterday, the Select Committee, that's the Parliamentary Select Committee on Works and Housing, went round some dredging sites somewhere around the Koli Lagoon and the Odor River. And I must say, we must commend Dredge Masters, okay, the company doing the dredging. They are doing a wonderful job, and so Dredge Masters, kudos to you guys. But for you and I, the ordinary Ghanaian, the individual, what is the level of preparation? Okay, how prepared are we for the rains and its attendant floods? Okay, now put your mind to it. The biggest problem we have regarding sanitation and flooding and some of these issues, it's our mindset. The attitude of the ordinary Ghanaian. How are you disposing of your waste? Are you doing indiscriminate disposal of waste? Are you littering while you go about your business? Or are you properly disposing of your waste so that when it rains, gutters are not choked? Okay? The rainwater is able to flow through the drainage and go off to its exit point. Then again, when the committee went round, one of the issues that came up had to do with encroachment on waterways. And again, it falls back to the mindset, the attitude, the thinking of the Ghanaian. How on earth would you, if not for your greed and your selfish interest, place a structure on a waterway? Okay, if you divert the course of the water will find its way elsewhere. It will also divert, and that results in the flooding. So, I mean, just think about it. If we change our attitudes towards some of these things, yeah, you and I will have some peace in this country. So please, whilst we are expecting the rains, let's have a change of mind, a change of attitude, okay? And let's commit to some responsible citizenship so that together we can have a peaceful city. We may record flooding, of course, because there are development and planning challenges in the city. But it could be reduced to the barest minimum, as well as its impact also reduced. So that, I mean, I hate that we'll have to go and report on loss of lives due to flooding, loss of property due to flooding, all because of our attitude as a people. So change your mindset, change your ways, and of course, be kind to your mind so that you and I don't suffer the consequences of flooding. Well, this is Breakfast Daily. I am Nanatu Boateng. And of course, we'll get into some reminders right about now. Mother's Day is just around the corner, and I'm sure Mama has been good to you. Mama has been sweet. You must have some wonderful memories of your Mama. We're giving you an opportunity to celebrate your Mama this Mother's Day 2025. And so here's what we're doing. We're presenting a scripture for Mama, and we're asking you simply to choose a scripture that illustrates the inspirational role which your mother has played in your life. Choose a scripture that illustrates the inspirational role your mother has played in your life. Then in a maximum of 100 words, tell us why you chose it. Okay? Then you send your scripture to 0549 986 996. 0549 986 996. Don't forget, you're sending this with the hashtag a scripture for Mama. Hashtag a scripture for Mama. And then you have to include your name, your number, and your mama's details. A scripture for Mama. Let us know the role that your mom has played in your life, that inspirational role. Then in a maximum of 100 words, tell us why you chose that particular scripture to illustrate this inspirational role. You send your scripture to 0549 986 996. Don't forget the hashtag a scripture for Mama. You include your name, your number, and Mama's details. Remember that Scripture for Mama is brought to you by 97.3 City FM and supported by Channel 1 Television with sponsorship from Verve du Vernet, GTP, and EVV Foods. Okay, we're sponsored by Verve du Vernet, GTP, and EVV Foods. Thank you so much to our sponsors. But for you, our viewer on Channel 1 TV and the listener on 97.3 City FM, choose a scripture that illustrates the inspirational role your mother has played in your life. Then in a maximum of 100 words, tell us why you chose it. Okay? Let's help you celebrate your mama this Mother's Day in a very special way. Alrighty. Let's get into the newspapers this morning. Let's see what the papers are saying. Start off as usual with the Daily Graphic. Daily Graphic is speaking on agriculture. There was the Graphic Business and Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting, and a story from there says agri value chain needs reforms. Stanbic Bank Chief Executive speaking there. That's Kwame Nasumeni. He's the Managing Director of Stanbic Bank, and he says that the agri value chain needs reforms. Okay. Supreme Court dismisses injunction against CJ's suspension. Supreme Court dismisses injunction against CJ's suspension. Then you have experts push for sustainable agric practices to enhance food security. Experts push for sustainable agric practices to enhance food security. Then you have the Mirror's Mother's Day buffet at Oak Plaza Hotel. Patrons being urged to reserve tickets. When you go to the back page, however, it says many healthcare facilities in Ghana face significant wash challenges. Many healthcare facilities in Ghana face significant water, sanitation, and hygiene challenges despite progress that has been made. So grab a copy of the Daily Graphic and you can get the details of these stories and others. Go to the Ghanaian Times now. Ghanaian Times, quite a disturbing story, quite worrying, and we hope that authorities can really put some action to bear to help address some of these challenges. Okay, there's a research, and this research is revealing that regarding drug abuse among university students, 24% of them are hooked on tramadol. 24% hooked on tramadol. This is regarding drug abuse among university students. And the research is revealing that 24% are hooked on tramadol. Quite disturbing, quite worrying. And as soon as possible, we need to put some action to bear regarding this matter. Ghana to grow non-traditional exports, $10 billion US. That's President John Dramani Mahama speaking. Ghana to grow non-traditional exports, $10 billion US. President Mahama. Government declares 701 diplomatic and service passports invalid. Government declared 701 diplomatic and service passports invalid. And then you have the Times Needy Fund seeking some support for a journalist who is suffering brain tumor. There are some other stories on the back page as well, and so you might just want to grab a copy of the Ghanaian Times for the details. All right, let me take you to the Chronicle newspaper. Yes, as I espoused earlier, Dredge Masters speeds up dredging of Odo to avert flooding, and Works and Housing Committee of Parliament is happy. But you see, they can do all the work. They can dredge the place and leave, okay? But when they do that and they leave and our attitudes don't change, we're still dropping litter in the Odo. We're still building along the banks of the Odo. Human activity, indiscriminate waste disposal, unplanned encroachments. You see, we're still going to come back to the same problem. And it's not small money that is going into this dredging. If you see the budget for the dredging, bro, it's not small money. So like I said, while the authorities are playing their part, dredging the Odo, dredging the Kole and other areas, you and I should also be playing our part. Okay? Let's commit to proper sanitation, proper hygiene, proper disposal of waste. And let's leave the waterways. Let's stop building on the waterways. It will go a long way to benefit you and I. Alrighty. Okay, so story says, Dredge Master speeds up dredging of Odo to avert flooding, and Works and Housing Committee of Parliament is happy. CJ suspension. Asafua gets bloody nose in court. CJ suspension. Asafua gets bloody nose in court. NDC apparatchiks take over smart Mickey mining concession. This is a question that the paper is asking. Says NDC apparatchiks take over smart Mickey mining concession. Okay, let's get into the Bible and check out our scripture for the day as captured on the front page of the Chronicle newspaper. It's from the book of Amos, the chapter 3, the verse number 6. If a trumpet is blown in a city, will not the people tremble? If a trumpet is blown in a city, will not the people tremble? That's the scripture for the day from the Chronicle newspaper. Daily Guide, front page of the Daily Guide. Supreme Court throws out CJ removal injunction. Supreme Court throws out CJ removal injunction. Minority Leader petitions IGP over protest assault. Minority Leader petitions IGP over protest assault. Charles Bisu gets 200,000 Ghana cedis bail. Charles Bisu gets 200,000 Ghana cedis bail. God has vindicated me in Boko conflicts. That's Dr. Baumia speaking there. He says, God has vindicated me in Boko conflict. And then there's this one that says, Telcom staff fingered in kidnapping case. Telcom staff fingered in kidnapping case. That's the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. What's the Ghanaian publisher saying this morning? Ghanaian publisher says, Afenyo Markin petitions IGP, fish out officer who assaulted me. Afenyo Markin petitions IGP, saying, fish out officer who assaulted me. Boko crisis, Baumia calls for cooperation. Boko crisis, Baumia calls for cooperation. Mahama fails to deliver key promises. We know that 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people more or less ends today. Today is exactly 120 days since His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, was sworn into office. Over 26 promises. We understand that there's still some outstanding 9 or so. Today, the President is expected to address you and I, okay, citizens of the motherland. We're waiting to hear what he has to say. But already there's been reactions to his first 120 days in office. We will be getting into that as well on the show. We hope that you stay with us while we bring some perspective to the performance of the John Dramani Mahama and NDC administration after 120 days in office. Okay? All right. Other story says, flood control, MPs commend dredge masters. Flood control, MPs commend dredge masters. That's the Ghanaian publisher this morning. The Informer, what's the Informer saying? Major story on assets declaration, comply or be fired. Mahama to appointees. On assets declaration, comply or be fired. Then you have Boko conflict. Baumia urges end to politicization. Boko conflict, Baumia urges end to politicization. Research scientists on Ghana's merry-go-round industrial growth. Then you have more wahala for Ofankon Sawam commuters as legal issues stall project. More wahala for Ofankon Sawam commuters as legal issues stall project. Parliamentary Committee praises dredge masters for Accra flood control efforts. Parliamentary Committee praises dredge masters for Accra flood control efforts. As I mentioned earlier, the Works and Housing Committee yesterday did some site visits to some areas of dredging around the Kole Lagoon and the Odor River. And they appear satisfied with the work being done by dredge masters, the company, the silting or dredging some of these areas, okay? And then there's a final one on the front page that says government to fully repeal LI 2462 amid public uproar. Government to fully repeal LI 2462 amid public uproar. All right. Daily Analyst, real quick, says Tokolu suspension case. Supreme Court dismisses Dame's objection. Tokolu suspension case. Supreme Court dismisses Dame's objection. Alleged equipment disposal scandal. Imani petitions Shraj to probe EC. Alleged equipment disposal scandal. Imani petitions Shraj to probe EC. World Press Freedom Day. KGL boss advocates stronger media partnership. World Press Freedom Day. KGL boss advocates stronger media partnership. Boko crisis. Baumia calls for cooperation for lasting peace. Mahama urges appointees to be humble. And then you have diplomatic and service passports of former officials revoked. Comes with a picture of the Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. The Inquisitor. Failure to declare assets. Mahama to fire today. We know that the revised deadline is May 7. That's the day. And so for appointees of the government who have still not complied with the directive to declare their assets, we're sorry, but if the president should go by his word, then you cease to be an appointee of the government after today. All right. Stop press. Ruffians, saboteurs, plot evil again at GACL. That's the Ghana Airports Company Limited. Ruffians, saboteurs, plot evil again at GACL. Businessman petitions against Offenso North MP, claims he is after his life. Ooh. Okay. On the issue of Galamsey, LI 2462 will be repealed. That's the Minister in charge of Government Communications, Felix Kwache Ofosu, speaking there. The custodian this morning says, Baumia pleads for lasting peace in Boko. Baumia pleads for lasting peace in Boko. Your officer assaulted me. Afenyo marking petitions IGP. Your officer assaulted me. Afenyo marking petitions IGP. 3-2 majority decision throws out CJ suspension injunction application. 3-2 majority decision throws out CJ suspension injunction application. And then again, you have the Dredge Masters story here. It says MP sprays Dredge Masters for dredge works. That's the Custodian newspaper. The new publisher says Afenyo Marken petitions IGP over assault. Afenyo Marken petitions IGP over assault. Ghanaian women rescued from kidnappers in Nigeria. Ghanaian women rescued from kidnappers in Nigeria. And then you have some other stories also on the front page of the new publisher. Take you finally to the News Center. News Center newspaper says, CJ saga, Supreme Court delivers 5-0 and 3-2 decisions. CJ saga, Supreme Court delivers 5-0 and 3-2 decisions. MPs decry decay of Pokwase Affordable Housing Project. MPs decry decay of Pokwase Affordable Housing Project. Baumia urges unity and to politicization of Boko conflict. Baumia urges unity and end to politicization of Boko conflict. You have Republic Bank deepens commitment to Volta region. Republic Bank deepens commitment to Volta region. No system breach. Momo is safe and secure. That's attributed to MTN. And again, MTN Ghana injects 3 million Ghana cedis into Agric. Cut sword for Vegetable Center of Excellence at the University of Ghana Farms. So those are some headlines in the dailies today. Let me take you online quickly. I'll start off with channel1news.com. Channel1news.com. They are leading with stories coming out from an interview on the face-to-face show right here on Channel 1 TV between the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Fifi Fiavikwete, and my colleague Umaru Sanda Amadu. So story says Fifi Kwete, NPP delivered worst governance in Ghana's history. NPP delivered worst governance in Ghana's history. This is Fifi Fiavikwete speaking there. Then the plaintiff in that injunction application against the suspension and removal of the CJ, Member of Parliament for Otafo, Vincent Eko Asafua, spoke on the Channel 1 newsroom with my colleague Fremer Dunyame, and stories coming out of that interview. One says, Tokonu's case, acting CJ's inclusion on panel constitutional but unjust. That's Vincent Asafua speaking. We know that the acting CJ, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, was on that panel that gave that 3-2 majority decision that threw out the injunction application against the removal of the Chief Justice, which plaintiff is Vincent Asafua. His counsel or legal representative, the former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah-Dame, raised objection to the paneling of the acting CJ, Paul Bafo-Boni, and reacting to same, Vincent Asafua says, although constitutional, it was unjust. All right, we'll leave it there. Now, Ablekuma North Recollation, we're ready to provide security. That is the police speaking. We know that the Ablekuma North constituency remains the one constituency without parliamentary representation because the EC has not been able to conclude the collation and make a declaration of the results. We've heard the NPP call on the police, national security, to provide some protection for the EC to be able to go ahead to collate and make declarations. Well, the police says they are ready. They're waiting on the EC. Once the EC shows or expresses its readiness to embark on this exercise, they are ready to provide security. So we're looking forward to that. It's been months after the 2024 elections, and Ablekuma North remains without parliamentary representation, which is not good. All right? So we look forward to that. Now back to the CJ case. Vincent Asafua is here again, and he says, I'll seek review if full reasoning lacks merit. I'll seek review if full reasoning lacks merit. He says that he is waiting for the full reasoning of the decision of the court to throw out his injunction. This reasoning we know and understand, as has been communicated by the court, will be made available by May 21. And so he says he's waiting for this full reasoning before he will know whether to seek a review based on the merit of the reasoning or otherwise. All right, in some other matters, Ghana card now mandatory for national service. That's the National Service Authority boss speaking. And he says the Ghana card is now mandatory for national service. These are a host of other stories, of course, on the Channel 1 newsroom. Let's check out what the City newsroom is saying. Okay. When you go into the City newsroom, there's a report on there which says Mahama's 120 days, a breakdown of what he has delivered and what's still to come. Mahama's 120 days, a breakdown of what he has delivered and what's still to come. Government to inaugurate task force to fast-track national airline establishment. Government to inaugurate task force to fast-track national airline establishment. Bawumia is morally weak and fit to lead. This is Fifi Kwete speaking there. He says Bawumia is morally weak and unfit to lead. Again, he says MPs must not be appointed ministers. He wants the functions decoupled, okay? So that as a member of parliament, you should not be appointed a minister of state, so that they are clear-cut KPIs for both, and then both can focus, or either can focus on their mandates, all right? Abu Jinapo is here speaking, and he says chip-embedded passport was fully executed by Akufo-Addo government. Interesting. Okay. Other stories says NDC's 2024 election victory was from the soul of Ghana. Fifi Kwete again speaking there. Code of conduct. 20,000 Ghana cedis gift threshold too high. This is Dom Leveau speaking. The former Auditor General. Yao Dom Leveau speaking there, and he says the 20,000 Ghana cedis gift threshold in the code of conduct is too high. CJ suspension. I'll seek review if court's reasoning is flawed. That's Asafua speaking. You have President Mahama nominating some 40 new DCEs. And then you have the minority reacting to the president's first 120 days in office. This one says Mahama's 120 days full of disappointments and regrets, and is attributed to Osahene Alexander Apenyo marking the minority leader there. So go on to the website, citynewsroom.com or channel1news.com, and you can get details of all these stories and a host of others as published by these two web portals, citynewsroom.com, channel1news.com. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. Stay with us because when we come back, we'll bring you the news review segment where we have a conversation about the many things that are making the rounds in the news cycle. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome, it's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football.
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club me fake DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello again. Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television, and we're getting into the conversations now. My guests are here seated. I'll do a quick introduction and then we'll delve straight into it. Michael Kosidede is an engineer and he's been generous enough to join us this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I trust you're well. It's good to have you. Dennis Miracle Sabwaje is the Director of Communications for the Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia 2024 campaign. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, bro.
I trust you're well.
Oh, we're good.
Awesome. Hamza Suyini is a member of the NDC's communications team. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
Good to have you. Thank you.
All
right, so the show is interactive, okay? Send us your thoughts, your comments, your contributions. Let us know what your reactions are to some of the things that will be said on the show and, of course, to some of the subjects we'll be looking at. Even before we go into our subject for the day, just a quick one. Hamza, I'll come to you. 120 days in office. So if it were in another space, this would have been John Mohammed's birthday.
Unfortunately, that is the birthday of the government.
Yeah.
Good morning to you once again, my senior comrade in the studio, and of course my brother Dennis Miracle Sabwaji, and our cherished viewers out there. It has not been an easy journey. You remember that when His Excellency President Mahama presented his first State of the Nation address, he took us through a rather troubling narrative of the economic crisis that we had inherited as a new government. We had most of our state agencies being run down, riddled with debts, like the likes of Cocoa Board, the Electricity Corporation of Ghana alone. I'm told today that the debt that we were left with is in the region of about 80 billion Ghana cedis. That government would have to find a way of retiring. We inherited a situation where, in fact, at a point, the country could not pay its debts, and that led to the introduction of the domestic debt restructuring program, and of course, restructuring of our debts with our external partners. Clearly, that indicated that this government was in crisis. On top of that, our external debt ballooned in excess of over 700 million Ghana cedis. So this was the nature of the economic situation that we inherited from the government. And even in the energy sector, my checks reveal that we are owing struggling in the region of about $271 million. Then we are owing Car Power another $372 million. Then we have Send Power $423 million. In all, about $1.7 billion being owed to these independent power producers. And most of them have threatened to shut down. On top of that, they have had to draw down our $500 million World Bank guarantee, and also the Litasco guarantee of $120 million, largely because of the failure of the erstwhile administration to be able to deal with these issues. So clearly, it has left on our shoulders a very precarious energy sector. And that possibly explains why we have intermittent outages here and there. And the government is working around the clock to ensure that we find a lasting solution once more to the energy crisis. Because you agree with me that over the last 8 years is not like 8 days or 8 hours. Our friends failed to increase generation capacity. In fact, they did little to no investment in the energy sector. So all the excess capacity we left them after 2016 that they complained about, they were unable to manage and they are unable to increase capacity in that regard. As we speak today, demand increase.
Including all the take-or-pay agreements you signed?
Yes, they renegotiate a number of them. And so if you look at demand in the energy sector today, at the time we were living at about 2,000 megawatts. Today, in about 8 years, increased to about 4,300, an increment of about 2,300 with no commensurate investment in generation capacity. So clearly, this government is dealing with a lot. But my brother, in the midst of all that, His Excellency President Mahama entered into a 120-day social contract with the good people of this country. And I'm happy to announce that in the midst of the challenges, we are confronting them, and we have done creditably well in that regard. Today, as we speak, we promise that we're going to run a lean government. His Excellency President Mahama has so far appointed 56 ministers in record time. We gave 2 weeks. All his cabinet ministers were appointed in a matter of 14 days. His Excellency President Mahama promised that within the 120 days, he was going to take out emissions levy, E-levy, and that of betting tax. That has been done. We promised the establishment of the National Apprenticeship Program. It has been launched in Tamale, intended to provide jobs for the good people of this country. We promised that we're going to launch the 1 million coders program. That has also duly been done. We promised we're going to implement what we call the Ejuma Ura program. It was launched, I think, 2-3 weeks ago in Kumasi in record time. We also promised the good people of this country that we're going to establish the Accelerated Export Development Corporation to at least take advantage of our exports in the country and manage it in such a way that we can rake in forex into the country. That was launched yesterday by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So most of the promises we made in terms of the 24 promises for the intended to meet the 120-day contract has been so far dealt with. But I'm quick to admit that a number of them are still in progress. But if we are to score ourselves, I monitored City FM this morning, and I'm glad to report that they are even scoring us an average of 80% in terms of the promises we made. But we are so generous as a government, based on our own internal checks. We have decided to score ourselves, I think, about 72% so far. And that we know that even in the midst of all that, the Ghanaian people still expect a lot. We understand that many of our graduates are still out there looking for jobs. We also understand that many of our competitors out there still need support for their local businesses. This government will do everything within our power to ensure that we meet the genuine aspirations of the Ghanaian people. After all, that is what they elected His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to do.
Thank you, Hamza.
And they can trust him to deliver on that.
Thank you, Hamza. Dennis, JDM, 120 days in office. Your own assessment.
Well, I mean, as expected, I'll stand on Council's earlier protocols. He's greeted all of us.
Right.
I mean, as expected, we are surely saddled with a clueless and everlasting incompetent bunch of people. I mean, arrogant braggarts who have simply scammed the entire country and scammed their way to power.
Scammed.
So, clueless, everlasting incompetent, bunch of arrogant braggarts who have scammed their way to power. I mean, I say everlasting incompetence because this country is no longer surprised when the NDC government, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is unable to really do anything. Because they have seen him before, and they are very much accustomed to his ways and the party's ways of doing things. And so you'd realize that we have basically lived in energy crisis for 4 months, and nobody really, because it's like we know him, like that is where he is. He is unable to handle energy situations when he has power. So the people are very much used to it. In the last 120 days, we've been saddled with endless lamentations, complaints from people who have been
Dennis, hold on for me. We need to check one or two things. I just want to bring an idea of what has been done, what is ongoing, and what is yet to happen, and then we can fully look at this. Okay. So I'm taking you to citynewsroom.com. We're looking at promises fulfilled. Okay. Story says, among the major accomplishments is the swift nomination of a full cabinet. In line with his pledge for prudent governance, the administration has also formed a leaner government, reducing the number of ministers and presidential staffers. One of the most praised initiatives is the introduction of a code of conduct for appointees. Then the National Economic Dialogue has also happened. The National Education Dialogue has happened. The Tree for Life has happened. Blue Water has happened. No Fee Stress Initiative. E-levy, betting tax, emissions levy, COVID-19 levy. But COVID-19 is expected to be removed in the next budget. We've seen the launch of the 1 million coders program. We've seen the rollout of the Mahama Cares social protection framework, the Jumera, free tertiary education for persons with disabilities, free sanitary pad, Blackstar experience, seed money for women, and a host of others. What we are yet to see is the removal of taxes on vehicles, and then the full commencement of the 24-hour economy. Michael, let me come to you on that. Your assessment of John Mahama's 120 days in office.
Okay. For me, I think we shouldn't just be looking at giving a score of 20, 40, 80% or 100%. I think we need to look at what is the value in the proposition before us in terms of the 26 items that were put to us. And when I went through them, out of the 26, I think that only 9 of them are really worthy of anything. The rest are largely symbolic and cosmetic. If you say you appoint your ministers within a short time, really what is the value to us? You have been given a mandate to run a country for the next 4 years. So there are things you have to do. The other question is, what happens if this 120, this 26 items are not done? What is the repercussion for him? Or is there any punishment? Is there anything? Really nothing. So for me, a lot of it is cosmetic, not much value to it. But when you look at issues like the Women's Bank, I say, what is that for? I mean,
you don't think it's of any value?
I don't think it's of any value. They are already existing banks. If you think that women are disadvantaged in terms of loans for business or for anything, you simply, through the Bank of Ghana, issue some directions for women to be given the preference that is required. I don't think this idea of creating another specialized bank for women is unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Then the issue of the accelerated exports thing. We already have Ghana Export Promotion Authority. So why are we setting up another authority? So for me, these issues where we duplicate agencies and all manner of things, one, we are increasing the burden on government in terms of administrative costs without any return to the people of this country. It's the same like creating more regions, creating more districts and all that. We are simply increasing the administrative costs to this country without any direct benefit to the people. So for me, a lot of these things are basically cosmetic. But to the extent that the issue of, how do you call it, this performance issue that has come up in terms of the code of conduct, I think that is an excellent document. The issue is that isn't there any history to this? Have previous governments put out such things? And how have we measured the performance of that government? So for me, that is one of the things that I'll pick as one of the things that is most important in the 120-day promise. So the next step is how we, the ministers and the public officers guided by this document, conduct themselves and how the public can assess them.
Very well, very well. Dennis, sorry about that earlier. We had to address a technical issue.
Council had to find a way
to sabotage you.
Now I've lost my
apologies.
Come back, I trust you.
So, what US to get the better of you? We had to address that so as US
find
can.
a way from this mystery. I mean, honestly, I have never been a believer in this whole 100 days, 120 days thing, honestly speaking, because I mean, sometimes I think our politics just saddle us with certain things that we just have to deal with it anyway. Because I don't see what you're going to be able to do in 100 days. And that's why in the past 1 week, you see the government running to launch just to tick the boxes. It's just to come and say that I've done 80%, 90%.
You know what they will say, and what's funny on the other side? Is that in your final days, you also rush to inaugurate and to commission.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's at least you are commissioning. You are not launching. But if you have, for example, if you have in your 120-day social contract that call for a national education consultative meeting, I mean, really, that's something that you can do in 2 hours and still take. So I really, but I think that in the last 120 days, the reality, not these theories, the reality is that we've been saddled with a group of people who have been disturbing our ears with lamentations and complaints. Almost all of them. It's as if the government came into office without a plan, without a strategy. It's almost beginning to look as if all the things they were saying, which was giving the Ghanaian people hope, that they were going to, or they were an alternative, or they had alternative solutions to some of our challenges, were just rhetorics. And that they really didn't have any concrete plan. So you listen to the Cocoa Board CEO, who is moving from one cocoa farm to the other with this leather chair. And the farmers tell him that you promised that specifically, that cocoa should be 6,000 per, and shouldn't be 3,000. Why haven't you done it? And then he says, since we came, we realized that there's a lot of mess in Cocoa Board, and the way Cocoa Board is a mess, it will be difficult for us to increase. So what was the indicators based on which you made that promise? It's a big worry. So I've been, in the past week, playing videos of the Energy Minister, what he said when he was ranking member, and what he's saying now as minister. And sometimes I feel very sad for him, because you listen to him and it's like he's debating himself. He's disagreeing with himself. Things that he said. Today, he's fighting those same things and saying that those things are not true, they cannot be right. And you ask yourself, but who are you disagreeing with? And you realize it's himself.
But now he's in power, and so he has a better appreciation of the prevailing conditions.
And that is an indication of what we should expect. That, for me, is my assessment of the 120-day period. That tells you that the government didn't come into office with a plan. They came into office on the back of lies, promises that they believed were going to sound nice in the ears of the voter, just to get the votes. Now you are struck with reality. And so in the past 120 days, at best, what I think they would have been doing would be to adjust to the reality of the day and now look out for ways to deal with the situation. I mean, I hear council say, we have decided to give ourselves 75. And I'm asking, how do you decide? You don't decide to give yourself marks or score. You don't take that decision.
You can't be judged and jury.
No, even those who will be doing their assessment, they will not decide to. It will be based on what you have done. And I look at some of the things, and you realize that the tangibles have not been done. If you look at it critically, and I'm not saying this, I mean, there are so many things I could hold the NDC on, but facts is what I'm stating. The things that would really push us, they have not been fulfilled. And you know why? Those things are difficult for you to do in 100 days, 120 days. So let's launch this. That has been done. Let's launch a Jumeirah. If you launch a Jumeirah, that is nothing. Okay, even as you did the launching, nobody knows where the funding is, whether the money is sitting down. Nobody knows. Let's launch 1 million coders. You can do it. So launch. Commence the development or commence the drafting of a policy for 24-hour economy. Really. How do we even know if you have commenced or not? You understand? You say you have, but you may probably not even have done it. We won't know. So I don't really think that we should really place, because if I look at it, first of all, the promises are actually 25, not 26 and not 24. The numbering, I think they got it wrong when they were doing it. So when you check, it's 24. And you realize that 25, right? And you realize that the number they have fulfilled are 11. 11 of those 25 promises are what they have fulfilled. And this is based on what they have written verbatim, not any dancing around. You say you will launch. Have you launched or not? Okay. You understand? You say you will implement stress-free fees. You didn't say you will launch stress-free fees. So if as of today, no Ghanaian first-year student has received stress-free fee, you can't tell me you have fulfilled it. You have launched it, but you said you will. Schools were
already in session when they.
No, but you said you will do it in this academic year. That was the promise. And then when the minister was asked, he said they will refund. Have you refunded? So if school was in session, it means that you haven't done it.
Right.
Don't come and tell us that because you have gone to launch it. You said you will implement. And maybe I may be wrong, but English is quite clear. Implement and launch are two different things. So they have actually implemented or fulfilled 11, which gives them 44%. They have not fulfilled 12, which is 48%. And then partially fulfilled are 2. You see, if you have a line item in your contract that says you would abolish E-levy, emission tax, and COVID levy, and you leave COVID levy, it's partial fulfillment.
They said they will do it in the next
budget.
budget.
But you haven't done it. Nobody knows whether you do it or not.
Right.
So it's partial fulfillment.
Partial.
You can't give yourself absolute, for fulfillment. So we have done our own assessment. You can't. I mean, of course, when we are doing appraisal, sometimes you do your self appraisal and then you go and meet your superior, and then you do your, you balance it out.
Balance it out.
He will ask you, do you agree with this or But really, the fulfilled 11. And we can go through it if we have time. 44%. Partially fulfilled 2, which is 8%. And then the proportion not fulfilled are 12, which is 48%. Honestly speaking, these numbers really mean nothing. You know why? Because if you say you would set up a lean government and you name the least number of ministers, the essence of the lean government is to cut costs in running government. And then you end up doubling and tripling the cost of running government against the previous government. You haven't done anything to us. So you have increased the budget for running office of government machinery from about 800 million to 2.7 billion. So if you have the smallest, even if you have 4 people as your ministers, and you are spending more on them, it really doesn't change much. Let me also tell you another thing about
other agencies have been brought into the office of government machinery. So the budgets that they would have received as independent agents are no longer existent.
Perfect. So don't. So I agree. So if you merge ministries, okay, and you come and tell me you are lean, when indeed in the numbers you are more, I agree with you. There's no dispute.
That will reduce the cost.
No, it doesn't. That is why you are spending more. It doesn't. That's why you are spending more. I'll give you a quick example. You see, sometimes we need to be real with the issues. Ministry for Information has ISD, has Ghana
GBC.
Publishing, GBC, all those things. Now you come to office and you say, I don't have a minister for information. I have a minister for government communication. So you create an impression as if you have scrapped a certain ministry. But in actual sense, the cost burden on the Ghanaian people when it comes to the previous Ministry of Information hasn't left because the ISD staff have not been fired. The publishing, GBC, the Ministry for Information staff itself, none of them have been fired. So that cost still remains. What you have done at best is that one person who was the Minister for Information, his cost is what you have removed. But if you analyze it and you really run the numbers, you'd realize that it's of no effect. Because most of these ministries you said you've merged, the ministers were members of parliament. The difference between a member of parliament's income and that of an MP who is a minister was just about 2,000, 2,500 cedis. So in realism, you realize that you haven't done much. That is why I keep telling you that when you pick the budget and you look at the cost of running this government that is supposed to be lean, then you understand that it's of no effects or positive consequence on the people. That is fact. It is the numbers. What you have done is that for the optics, you are counting less. But in terms of the amount you are spending on them, it is even same or more. And sometimes we shouldn't just deceive ourselves in that manner. It doesn't do us any good at all. I'm not one of those people that argue that, they've done some appointment behind the doors. Every government does those appointments, the committees and the staffers and all those things. But the facts of the matter, we should stop doing politics with these ministerial appointments then. So long as we continue to appoint ministers, majority of ministers from parliament, we really are not doing much if you merge ministries. The only time you'll be making any difference and that with a positive number impact on the country is when you actually fire the staff of that particular ministry you claim you have merged. But so long as those ministries exist, really you haven't done much. I think that what we are looking for are the actuals on the ground. Fixed doomsaw, we have slept in Doomsor for 4 months, 4 out of 4. It's a worrying situation. We shouldn't do politics with it. Fix it. Just give us stable power.
Isn't it out of as a result of the state in which you left the energy
As
sector?
at the time we're handing power, we're in that state. Did you have Doomsor?
Yes, we did.
Oh, in 8 years, we had energy crisis for 8 weeks. In 8 years, we had energy crisis for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, 8 weeks. 8 weeks. That is fact. As at the time we're handing our power to you, we didn't have any energy crisis in this country. We didn't have Doomsor. I haven't had power in my neighborhood for 3 days. Okay, I never experienced it in 8 years. So it's okay because you are very comfortable to come and sit on TV and say, oh, it's the same. It was there. The people who are experiencing it know. They know that the kind of Doomsor that the Ashanti region are experiencing is unbearable. Go to the industrial area. Some of the factories are beginning to run, a lean stuff because they can't have power. So what good is it to us if you remove 1% E-levy and you can't give us power? Even at the time when you cannot give us the power, you have increased it by 14%. So think about it. E-levy is by choice. Yeah. I can decide to walk and go and give my money to engineer. Yeah. But for electricity, you have to pay. You have to pay.
Once you're consuming.
Once you are consuming. And so you remove 1% E-levy and say, oh, clap for us. We've done well. We are going to use this to reduce hardship and make doing business easy. Then you come and increase electricity by 14%. So these things are things that we need to highlight. And get the government to say, listen, we need you to fix these things. I mean, when it comes to these things, I don't do politics with it because it affects everybody. All of us, we are all doing businesses. And when this thing goes down, we are all happy. Like I've seen the dollar and the CD. Yeah. I am excited because honestly speaking, if the dollar comes to 5 cedis, I am happy. The NDC will go to opposition in 2028 not because of the dollar. They are incompetent in so many other areas. So if they can fix Doomsor and fix the dollar for us, we'll be happy. We won't say, oh, if they do it, no. There's so many ways that will knock them out of government.
Thank you, Dennis. Hamza.
You see, that is the beauty of politics. Unfortunately, when my brother was speaking, I had to remind myself that, look, this is Dennis Miracles Abuaji, who for the last 2 years attempted to convince this country how well they had performed as a government. The same Dennis
was trying to convince us, or he was telling us what
he was trying to convince the good people of this country.
So it had not been done.
Absolutely. Because the people lived the experiences of the last 8 years. They lived the failures of his administration, or the administration of which he was part. They lived the 8 years of broken promises. You remember 1 district, 1 factory, $1 million per constituency? These lies that were cooked and championed by his boss, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, to hoodwink the good people of this country to win the 2016 election. You remember?
He says you are doing the same.
I'm getting there. So this is the same person today on television seeking to question the steps of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, who is barely 4 months in office as President of the Republic of Ghana and has been given a 4-year mandate by the good people of this country. So if we are talking about a party that is known for breaking political promises, I think that the NPP, and especially Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, will carry the day. Because Ghanaians know the level of dishonesty that he injected into the politics of our country. And on top of that, the brazen abuse of state power under their stewardship. Today, we have a government that is sincere enough to admit that even the rot that we thought that we were coming to meet is far more than we expected. Remember, this is a crime scene. Remember, these are the very people who cooked figures and were at loggerheads with the IMF. So how were we to know?
They've accused you of saying
the extent of the damage.
In the budget.
We have not. How are we to know? They were at loggerheads with the IMF in terms of even how they calculate their debt burdens. Strange calculations. So this is their record. And unlike them, we are a group of moderate politicians. And His Excellency President Mahama has lived it before. And has that track record of experience. And so we will not look the Ghanaian people in the eyes and lie to them. And I've given you a clear example of what we did to confront Dumso. And for 8 years, in all his submission and dancing around, he failed to tell you a single contribution they made to increase our generation capacity. He failed around this table to challenge the debt burden of the independent power producers. And the fact that they had to rely on our World Bank guarantee of $500 million and $120 million to meet. That tells you the kind of party we are dealing with. But my brother, what do you expect? They have just lost power. They are still frustrated. They are still angry. And they must move on as a political party. And you don't expect him to sit around this table and commend His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for living up to the dictates of his 120 social day contract. So the expected routine would be to poo-poo the sincere depths of the NDC. And I'm happy that Ghanaians know that. But on this table, the NDC will always have his version. The NPP will have his version. But the reality in terms of how far we have come with our 120-day social contract is out there. Those of you in the media, you become the arbitrators in this particular issue. You can determine whether indeed what the NDC is saying or not. Not the figures I'm churning out, not the 46% he's churning out. And I have made reference to your own 44 you are churning out.
2% is significant.
The 2% is very significant. Yeah.
So you see, you can decide not to take my figures. You may decide not to respect his figures. But you, as an independent media house, Channel One, you have done your own assessment of the 120-day contract. And on your website, City FM, you have indicated that you are scoring the government 80%. That is you. It is not the NPP's marks. It is not the NDC's marks. I have told you that based on the 25 promises we made,
it's based on what was promised and what has been done.
What we have achieved. As a government, our statistics, yeah, we can go to that. I have it before me. Our statistics puts us at 72% completion. Based on our own assessment, because we can also do the computation. And I have it before me. And later today, His Excellency President Mahama will be engaging the nation and making a presentation of how committed we have been as far as that 120-day social contract is concerned. My brother is asking what is the value or significance.
Exactly. I was going to ask you about that.
You see, one of the fundamental problems we had in this country over the last 8 years was because the NPP government led this country into a state where the good people of this country lost confidence in the political class. They simply could not trust the political class again. So such novel introductions is an important way of engendering trust, especially for a new government. Because if the people actually see you being committed to the very things that you said you would do in your 120 days, it gives them the confidence that indeed this is a leader we can trust. And we have argued, even before the assumption of office, that President Mahama is a trustworthy character that needs the support of the good people of this country. So for us, it means a lot. Because it is part of building back confidence in our political class. Again, my brother questioned the relevance of the Accelerated Export Development Council. I can understand your frustration. Even at the manifesto level, these concerns about the duality of that institution
because there's an authority
with the Ghana
with the same
promotion,
mandate.
but those arguments were raised, even at the committee level. Many of our people had issues. But at the end of the day, it was agreed that that particular council was necessary. It is not coming to compete with Ghana Export Promotion Authority. It is coming to complement largely because of the agenda President Mahama has when it comes to the agriculture sector.
So then a secretariat could have been set at the
It's
authority.
more or less like a secretariat. That is why it's a council. It's not an authority. It is not an authority. And so we are looking at how it can complement the president's agricultural drive when it comes to taking the full benefits of the agricultural sector. So this is a government that has a workable plan. And for the last 120 days, like we have enumerated, we have implemented a number of them, including things that we did not capture under the 120-day social contract. You remember Hajj Fest? Under his boss, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who pleaded with the Muslim community in this country in 2016 to send him to the Flagstaff House to represent Muslim interests. Hajj Fest were in the region of 75,000 Ghana cedis. Today, under a Christian president and a Christian vice president, Hajj Fest has been brought down to to about 62,000 Ghana cedis. And my checks indicates that we have had a shot up in the number from about 4,000 doing pilgrimage last year to 6,000 Ghanaians now queuing to do it. That is monumental. And that builds trust. That tells you that we are dealing with a president who is trustworthy. That tells you that we are dealing with a president who is committed to implementing the promises that he said he would do. You see, another important thing we take for granted in this country is the issue of corruption. We all know that the last 8 years we were saddled with a litany of corruption scandals. Indeed, even the first 100 days of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, when he first won in 2017, we've had to we're dealing with the Mubumpina contaminated fuel saga in a matter of 100 days. Stinking corruption. That same presidency, if you remember, we had situations where Delta forces, vigilante groups associated with the New Patriotic Party, besieging our courts, chasing judges in Kumasi who were let to go scot-free. That was a kind of lawlessness that was injected into our body politic. Again, we had to deal with an international embarrassment that has serious consequences on the international image of the Republic of Ghana. Remember the plagiarized speech His Excellency President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo delivered at the Independence Square? So you may look at these things to be intangibles, but it has serious repercussions because it reduces the image of this country internationally. Today, you have a president who is leading a government, and for 120 days, you are unable to make references to allegations of corruption. Today, you have a president who, even within the 120 days, instead of bringing the international image of this country down, rather went out of his way to engage the Sahel states and strategically positioning the Republic of Ghana once again to be respected within the African continent and the international community as a whole. That is the mark of a true leader. That is a mark of a leader who is actually committed to transformation. So I can understand, because my people know, Dennis and Co, they are fully aware that where we are going, of course, they are citizens of this country.
So they are your people.
Of course, we as an NDC government, we cannot accommodate well. They know that where we are heading towards, it is because... No, there are people. They know that where we are heading towards, it is going to be very, very difficult for the Ghanaian people to give the MPP any mandate as far as this fourth Republican Constitution is concerned.
You are casting them into perpetual opposition.
That is what we are committed to do, and we are not going to do it. Our work will do it, and if the Ghanaian people are satisfied with the work that we are doing, I'm pretty much convinced that the Ghanaian government the Ghanaian people will give us the necessary mandate to ensure that we nip the... Then final, please, just under a minute. You see, we are dealing with a political party that for 8 years failed to manage the economy of our country. And even in opposition, their legendary incompetence is staring all of us in the face. Even the internal management of their own party activities. What haven't we seen the last few days? That tells you the kind of incompetence that presided over the Republic of Ghana, the kind of arrogance and vigilantism that was injected into our body politics. Thankfully, we have a gentleman in the person of President John Dramani Mahama, who even leading members of the MPP respect for his intelligence, emotional composure, and trustworthy nature.
Thank you.
And I can assure you, the good people of this country, that unlike them, we are not saying that we'll resolve all the problems in a matter of 120 days, but we can assure them that we are dealing with a leader who is committed to leaving a legacy, because he appreciates that this is his last term. And so we'll do everything within our power to meet the aspirations of the Ghanaian
Thank you, Hamza. I just want to chip in that I've checked on our website. I'm not seeing the 80% score. What is there as a breakdown of what has been delivered and what is yet to come?
The man is giving himself...
I listen. No,
so I'm not surprised.
So that's website. On my way here.
You said website.
I listened to Ben. Yes, he quoted it from the website.
But on the website, we have...
You can call him and put him online.
We have a breakdown of what has been delivered and what is yet to come.
You are in the people's home. You are debating.
We didn't score
in their own home.
No,
So,
but he said that he has
I haven't heard him. I couldn't listen to him.
So
because I
you can bring him on the show. You can bring him on the
Yes,
show.
but because let me come to you. I mean, the people are doing their own thing. One is accusing one of everlasting incompetence. The other is accusing the other of legendary incompetence. But I mean, you sit here as the bridge in between, right? The 120 days. You think for you significantly is just the code of conduct that stands out?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that stands out for me. And I think that, again, most of these things, we need to look at them dispassionately. Trying to justify why we are setting up an accelerated export council, why we need to say we are going to set up a women's development bank, why we need to put 120 days giving out Pampers. I mean, for me, we need to look at substantive issues when we are looking at managing a country. And that is why I'm a bit disappointed with the items that are clearly listed. And I say, for me, only 9 of them are significant. Now, here in this country...
Out of the 9 that are significant to you, how many have been delivered, if you check?
Out of the 9, I haven't done that careful analysis, but clearly quite a number of them have not been delivered, especially the issue of mining law, those the
repeal of the LI.
Exactly.
Right.
Then when you look at the issue of how do you call this one? The other one that has to deal with corruption, the corruption-related issues and things like that, they have not been comprehensively dealt with, except to say we have initiated, we have done this and that. Look, the National Identification Authority was set up in this country. Why couldn't we have given this role to the Births and Deaths Registry? Instead of setting up another authority which becomes a drain on national, and yet the people of Births and Deaths, look, I had this debate when this thing was mooted during the President Kufuor era. I had a debate with the minister, and all he said was, look, the Births and Deaths Registry is not efficient, so we'll create another. I said, to what end? Because we, the public, are still paying these people.
Right.
So why do you need to set up another? So it's the same argument that I hear my friend making here again, that, the Accelerated Development Export Council is just a desk or a secretariat. We are increasing the cost of the public purse, increasing the burden on the ordinary taxpayer. And for me, these are the things that every single government needs to sit down and look at critically. Now, we talk about there's a Mahama Care program in there. Yeah. Again, I say, why should we be naming a government thing as a Mahama or a president issue? For me, these are things that if he had done when he was not president, that would be good.
But the Mahama Care is not the actual name.
Yeah, but you see, when you target that way, it becomes too political. You understand? You should do it when you are not in government. Or when you are exactly when you are a former president, you say I'm putting some, because then what it leads to is a bit of what I'll call blackmailing corporate people to come and donate to a tagged political thing, which for me is not helpful. And we must be careful not to make it as if we have elected people and we are paying them to work for us, and yet they are making it look as if it is out of their benevolence that they are governing this country. And for me, those are things that we shouldn't accept in this country. When he becomes former president, he can decide, I want to do a Mahama Care program. That is fine. But when you are instituting things out of his own philanthropy, but not when you are in government, you are naming the things Mahama Care or tagging it as Mahama Care. For me, those things are disingenuous, and I think that we shouldn't be accepting some of those things. So duplication of existing government agencies doesn't help anybody. Any of the governments, NDC, NPP, should tell us how the increase in regions, how the increase in district assemblies has favored the people of this country. They should tell us in the last 30 years that we have run this country, how have those increased, except for the political elite who become ministers, district chief executives and all that, who has it benefited? These are the tangible questions we should be asking. And when we begin to continue to create government machinery like that, what it leads to is we can't have long-term planning and development. You create a region, today I have a region, then the next day is split. So long-term planning is lost. So for me, these are things that we need to continue to look at without political lenses. But I can see that my two colleagues are already campaigning for 2028. Look, we have a country to run, and we have deliveries to the people.
The government is not serious.
Right. Let's wrap up the conversation on the 120
You know,
days. Zoom in on the code of conduct.
I would simply take from where engineer left off. Listen, you are the government. Stop lamenting. I mean,
you there to do
Hamza
the work.
spent 90% of his time referring to MPP, even to the extent of going to MPP internal. Listen, we can fight. It's our home matter. No, it is not. It is. Oh, I beg you.
But we are interested in your home matter.
No, you see, for you as a government, let it be your secondary issue.
You have work to do, so focus on your
listen,
work.
as we speak this morning, people's cold stores have been shut down. People have been opening their offices. There are corporate institutions that the staff have reported, but they are standing on the compound waiting for diesel to be brought in because of Dumso. You know, and you come and tell me that because I was in power 8 years ago, I shouldn't speak. The things I speak of, which of them are lies? Are we not going through Dumso? Look into the camera and tell the people that Miracles is lying. There's no Dumso. And then when you step out, they will shake your hands. Don't we have escalated Galamsey? You remember a week ago when I came here and I was telling you Galamsey has gone up. Council said, oh, no, it hasn't. No. You had the TUC say it to the president's face.
At the May Day celebration.
That Galamsey has worsened in 120 days. Yesterday, one of the chairman for one of the, I think the choir also, one of the NDC chairman in Ashanti Region, the mine that the national security has gone to take over, and they are reported to be mining illegally in that mine. The chairman called into the national security. The national security, he speaks about corruption. And I don't know what his definition of corruption is. That if you have a situation where it is reported that the national security has gone to take over a mine and left gunmen at the premise, and now the gunmen are the ones mining, I don't think there is any corruption that beats that one. You know, and this is happening in
That's
your 100
smart Mickey mining concession.
Yes, and it's happening in the 117th day. That time it wasn't even 120th, 117th day.
3 days shy.
And you are telling me that because I was in government 8 years ago, I shouldn't talk? Like,
no, you were in government for 8 years.
Yeah, so I shouldn't. So I shouldn't speak. So I shouldn't speak. So the things that are prevailing now, are they lies? What have you done about them? Why did you send your boys to
remnants of your 8 years? That's what
we sent national security boys to go and take over somebody's mine and mine with guns. They are remnants of our work. Remnants of our work kept the power on for 8 years, and the day we left, power went off. Were you not in this country when the minister and the president came to announce to all of us that they've set up a committee to go and get oil and gas? Because
the minister said you didn't leave them enough reserves.
Perfect. We never left you, but the entire period we were in office, you had power. You see, there's something that the Ghanaian people are interested in. They don't care about the complaint. Give them power, no matter what it takes. We gave them power irrespective of the challenges. Why are you lamenting? There was debt. When we came to office, as at August 2017, energy sector debt was about $2.1 billion.
And you increased it to how much before?
3 billion. We added 900 million. So you left 2.1, we added 900 million. There's a big difference. In spite of that, we kept power. You see, there's a big difference. You left us with a debt of $2.1 billion. I'm not the one saying it. Minister John Jinapo is the one quoting. And then we left the debt at 3 billion. So we added $900 million. Listen, the Ghanaian businessman doesn't care if you add 2 billion. Give him power. Accumulate 3 billion. Give him power. If you pay all the debts and he doesn't have power, it's a zero-sum arrangement for him. You haven't done that. And you spend all your time sitting on TV referring to the previous government. You knew the previous government had these challenges, and yet you went around, making lofty promises. Today you come and sit here on TV, and you are telling the Ghanaian people that, it is now that we have opened the books and realized that, hey, the MPP government was at loggerheads with IMF. We are loggerheads, but they gave us a deal. We are loggerheads, but they gave us a deal. And that now we are seeing the things. So the things we told you, please, we beg you. We didn't mean those things. Now we are seeing the reality how we're going to deal with this. The fact of the matter is that we're in office for 8 years. You have been in office for 120 days. And yet, Galamsey has gone up. Dumso is striving. You have terminated appointment and employment of Ghanaian citizens, running into about 35,000 people who are in the public sector. And these are things that you cannot run away from. The fact is that it's 120 days. We're in office for 8 years. We brought E-levy. You told the people that when you come, you remove the E-levy. In 2024, we reduced electricity tariffs. You have come to office. After you promised to remove E-levy, which is 1%, you take it off and you introduce 14% utility. That one is fact. Whether I was in office for 12 years or 25 years or 30 years, it doesn't change the fact that you have burdened the Ghanaian businessman today, and he's paying 40% more than he used to pay like 3 months ago. So those are facts that you should be humble
enough to accept.
Don't speak to us like that. We have given you the mandate. Show us some respect, because we are going through it. This government shouldn't pretend as if all is rosy. When I hear them speak, it breaks my heart. They make us feel like everything is okay. You saw the teachers who were kneeling by the roadside when the president convoy was passing, and they were begging. These guys used to point fingers at us when we went through the DEP and said that pensioners were picketing. And for them, they are bringing gold onto the road. Why are the teachers kneeling down? It's been almost a week. You haven't done anything about it. You said you were going to bring 133, and that every job in this country, you would make 3 people work for it. The one that you didn't create, the one that you came to meet, you have sacked them. You haven't added 1. You haven't added 2. Those that are working, you have sacked them. Those are the realities. And these are wicked things you have done in 120 days. So you can imagine what you will do in 8 years.
You fear for the future.
But it is obvious. That's why I use the word everlasting. You know why? Because they have a record. The president has been in office for 4 years before. And we know what he did. Tell me one different thing he is doing since he's been in office. In fact, what the president is doing better over what he did previously is that he has learned crafty ways to go around the things. Today, he's showing his people how to whitewash corruption and how to whitewash bribery. You come and display vehicles on TV, showing your communication minister presenting keys to the chief of staff and say the president is donating this vehicle to the state and that he received them as gifts from private people. Why did you not receive this gift when you were in the opposition? Which private person brought you, the president, a car? Why is a president receiving gifts?
You think you should have rejected it?
If today I decide to go and give President Mahama iPhone 17, would he take? I have a car I want to donate to President Mahama. Would he take? Why are you taking it? Why didn't you add the names of these people and the reasons why they brought you the vehicle? How do we know that you are not mortgaging our future for these people who are giving you gifts? And to be very honest, these are legitimate questions. This is not me, Miracles, asking these things. Think about it. No, think about it. That a president says, I've received vehicles as gifts. Why did those people bring you these gifts simply because you are president? What are they looking for? These people who brought you these vehicles as gifts, if tomorrow they come to you to do something for them, how are you going to refuse them? Are you not encouraging your ministers and your agency heads to also be receiving gifts? So if the person receives 3 vehicles and he presents 1 to the state in video, how do we know? So you see, we need to be serious and let this government know that your grace period is fast eroding and that you cannot continue hiding under grace period. And I don't know, I want to be careful with the words. I'm misbehaving there. You can't hide under grace period and continue to misbehave. Because some of the things they are doing is misbehavior. You understand? And you know what they do? They are blackmailing the entire country with MPP. Immediately you call them out. Because of course they know that our bad well is high. Immediately you call them out, they come to MPP. MPP this, MPP that, MPP this, MPP that. Yes.
So it's just a politics of comparison.
That's why we lost elections. We lost the elections because the people thought that our strategy towards fighting galamsey was poor. You promised them 5 specific things you would do. Do it. Stop referring to MPP. MPP lost power because you told the people that DDEP was a bad thing. Fix it. You understand? So for me, if you come and you are referring to MPP, you know why they do that? Because they know that still our people get some small anger about MPP. So when they do that, then it stirs up the sentiment and emotions in the people, and the people don't pay attention. But these guys, they are showing a lot of incompetence. Engineer rightly mentioned the 120-day social contract they gave us. Do you know the ones they have implemented? The lunch. That's the ones they've done. The real concrete things that they indicated they would do in 120 days, they haven't done them. Those are the ones they haven't done. But of course, because the goodwill is there, nobody is paying attention. Today, cement has moved from 85 cities to 130 cities. Even that, you can't find it to buy. If you like step out and say you want to buy cement, you can't get some to buy.
No, they don't have clinker to produce.
Exactly. You understand? And cement prices are going up. In 120 days, cement price has gone up over 45 cedis. Of what good is it to us if dollar comes to 1 cedi and cement price goes up? Of what good is it to us if dollar comes to 1 cedi and the prices of everything goes up?
Right.
So they need to take us serious and begin to realize that we have given them a serious mandate to fix our situation. And stop referring. Today you are here, tell us what you have done, and you're talking about MPP internal fight. When before them were writing letters and protesting about Mahama, were we not in this country?
Very well.
Were we not in this country when Mr. Kojo Bonsu were fighting Mahama? Were we not in this country when Mahama was paying bribes to delegate for them to vote for him?
He's paying bribes.
But he released a statement to indicate that he's paying every delegate some 40 cedis or something.
That's not bribe. He's helping with transportation.
That's why I'm telling you that these guys, you see, you are whitewashing bribery. You are whitewashing bribery. Somebody is going to
He
vote.
told us specifically where the money was.
Is he the party chairman?
He's assistant.
Is he he was a candidate? Is it the candidate that pays for transportation for delegates to go and vote? Is it not party? Why didn't he give it to the party? For the party to organize their contest? You understand? But like I'm saying, and I keep saying it, let's give time. Right now, they are enjoying. Hey, as I'm speaking, somebody is even angry at me. But it doesn't change the fact that the guys have moved cement to 130.
Very well. I'll take a few messages and then we'll go on a quick break and come back and continue. This one is from Master Planner Junior from Kintampo. He says, President Mahama's 120 days in office is nothing but doomsday, mass sacking of workers, unnecessary attacks on former government appointees, escalating galamsey, cocaine transshipment, among others. These allegations you're making. Cancelling 1% E-levy but increased electricity tariff by 14 and water by 4. Consistent and preserved incompetent government. That this is the most ineffective government in the history. It's just 120 days in office, my brother. Cool down. Okay, this one says, these NPP people have no shame. Hearing Miracle's opening remarks, I feel sad. With the corruptions in his 8 years, which every Ghanaian can see and feel, he still has the courage to point accusing fingers at the NDC. What is the reality he's talking about? His government powered up debts everywhere. The NPP must be ashamed of themselves. This one says, good morning, panel. Let Abuaji know, referring to Dennis, of course, that what President John Mahama achieved in 120 days is far better than NPP 8 years in power. A tiny amount of diamond is more valuable than a truck loaded with stones. Nelson from Australia. Miracle, someone says you are lying. He says there was doomsday throughout 2024, even to the election. And in fact, it's only Nanado's government under the Fourth Republic that maintained doomsday to election time.
Okay. I'm not the only one watching.
Right.
So
this one said, good morning. Let Miracles understand this. Anything that will hurt and cause them pain is what we will continue to do. Pain on pain. 120 days of good governance. Nuti Fafa from Aflao texting us there. This is Breakfast Daily, the news review segment. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll continue the conversations with Hamza, Dennis, and Michael. We'll be right back.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
Papa Pig go forget your own plans, so I go figure my own.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We're having an interesting conversation here in the studio. Michael Kosidede is here. He's an engineer. Dennis Miracles Abuaje. He's the campaign spokesperson for Dr. Baumia in the lead up to the 2024 general elections. And then we have Hamza Asuini, a member of the NDC's communications team. Hamza, I'll come to you and then we'll wrap up the conversation regarding the 120 days and the code of conduct.
You see, when my brother was speaking, I had to struggle to hold back my laughter because he knows that the Ghanaian people still remember the mess they left. You see, so that was why he was quick to say
this
that.
is what you keep saying. You're going back to the
You
MPP.
don't determine.
You're going back to the MPP.
No.
You don't talk to a
Can I
taxpayer
make
in
a
that
point?
manner.
Can I make a point?
The government might not talk to a taxpayer.
Can I make a point?
I'm sorry. The way he's talking to you as a taxpayer, he's in government. He needs to be cautious.
You see, when he was talking about, when he wanted to criticize, you see that he had to dance around the issues. Oh, I know that we still have bad will, because in truth, he knows the extent of the anger of the Ghanaian people on their government or their party. And the fact that people even question whether they should have the moral authority to be speaking. He knows that internally. These are the facts. And we know what they left. And like President Mahama stated, we are not here to lament. He's questioning the contribution of the reduction of ministers. And then Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we're dealing with 110 ministers. That meant substantive ministers and their deputies.
Right.
Look, most of them were drawing salaries. They were entitled to two vehicles, a V8 and a Land Cruiser. They were paying for their accommodation, were paying for the water and electricity that they consume. So you simply cannot begin to downgrade or downplay the implications of the savings that this government is doing by running 56 ministers so far, as far as the 120-day contract is concerned. You simply cannot do that. Per hour mathematics, remember, we told you that that was enough. The savings that we're going to make was enough to fund the no academic fee stress policy. And that is why we have implemented it. And 500 million has been released to the Student Loan Trust Fund to go ahead with the disbursements. And he talks about the fact that whatever we have said that we are going to do is built around qualitative measures. When we removed emissions levy, was the impact qualitative?
The emissions levy was never implemented. It was never implemented.
I'm supplying you with information. No, but you don't like this. When I want to supply you with information, you don't accept.
Sorry.
So now, so E-levy. Was it qualitative? Ghanaians have stopped paying E-levy. Betting tax. Our young guys out there who are engaged in betting as an industry. Is that qualitative? And these were the promises we made. Undoubtedly, some of them are equally qualitative, but it is needed, like I indicated, to ensure that we work on confidence that they succeeded in eroding over the last 8 years. And he's talking about Dumso. Remember that even in the heat of the election, Ghanaians were chasing their running mate, Napo, to publish a Dumso timetable.
That was in May 2024.
Because Ghanaians understood that this country was struggling.
For 8 weeks.
And because of the
period, that was before the election.
What he said.
That was before the election.
I'm telling you that prior to the elections,
this
was the issue. That was the situation. But that was in 2020. Was it not in 2024?
I'm sorry.
Was it not in 2024?
It was.
So clearly, They were having to deal with issues of doing so because they failed to invest in the sector like the NDC and the John Dramani Mahama did. They depleted our capacity that we had invested that led to excess capacity in the last 8 years without contributing zero.
Right.
And because they were having to deal with elections, they were forced to run our generating capacities beyond its limit, and they were not even servicing the system, knowing that if they joked with the power crisis, they were likely to lose power. So this is how they manage our energy sector. And we have had to deal with the mess. And when I make references to this, it has nothing to do with complaints or lamentation. Like I indicated, our job as a new government, and His Excellency President Mahama made that in his State of the Nation address, our job is to fix the problem. And we have a 4-year mandate with the good people of this country. And I can look them in the eyes and say that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama will resolve most of the challenges that we inherited in record time. And by the end of his tenure as president, this country once again would be brought back to its pride of place.
Thank you.
So that we can begin to have discussions that would further expose the incompetence that we were cursed with under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa.
Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Hamza. But speak to me on the matter of the removal of the CJ. 2 issues from the dismissal of the injunction application by Vincent Ekwasafwa and the issue regarding the minority leader and the subsequent invitation by the police to assist in investigations into that viral video.
You see, I think that we have exhausted this topic. For us, as a government, we are concentrated on fulfilling the social contract that we have with the good people of this country. The judiciary...
does that include the removal of the CJ?
Absolutely not.
It does.
Absolutely not. But if that is what the good people of this country are demanding, and investigations reveal that indeed Justice Tokono is culpable, be rest assured.
The 3 petitioners don't represent the whole of Ghanaians.
No, you cannot say that. Then the Constitution in its wisdom would have put a number on the number of petitions that would have surfaced to take out the Chief Justice. The Commission said petition. The Constitution says petition. So even an individual could be favored with a constitutional responsibility to act on behalf of all of us.
As an individual?
Yes, because the Constitution allows that.
Right.
So if there's merit, that is why you set up a commission to handle it. So if there's merit in the petition, and it is done in the name of the state, not in the name of that particular individual. So that's why I'm telling you that as a government, we are focused on delivering when it comes to the social contract we have with the people, we had with the good people of this country going into the last election. And that is our focus. We advised our people, our brothers, to go to court. I think that they have decided to take that invitation. So today, we are dealing with separation of powers. And of course, there are checks and balances when it comes to even the separation of powers. The judiciary is engaged in handling the matter. As a government, we are precluded from interfering with the activities there. So let them engage the court processes. Nothing has changed. That was the court system they left us. His Excellency President Mahama, the Supreme Court judges that he has appointed, none of them has had the opportunity of being vetted and so on. These are appointees of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that they are there battling with the exception of Tokono, who has been suspended. And remember, in the not too distant future, the likes of Miracles used to tell us to go to court. The same institution is there. The judges appointed by them, they are those manning the system now. President Mahama has not appointed a single judge to the Supreme Court yet. Clearly.
He's only made nominations.
He's only made nominations. So let them go to the same courts that they were so convinced was equipped with the legal authority to resolve challenges. Those courts are there, the judges are there. And if today, the same judges have sat on a case and have come to the conclusion that indeed they cannot interfere with the constitutional mandate of His Excellency the President. So for that matter, they cannot inject him. What is the big fuss about that? Remember around this table, I told you that as a practitioner, it is common knowledge that when the President is engaged in his constitutional obligation, you cannot place an injunction on him. And it has been stated in a litany of cases. So I was surprised that they were seeking to injunct President Mahama from following the dictates of Article 146. And I stated that strongly here. If you look at the MPP versus Gerald Rawlings, even 93 onwards, the principle was laid. In the Charlotte Osei removal case, the Supreme Court had cause to indicate that you cannot interfere through an injunction when it comes to the constitutional, what's the name? Administrative performance of His Excellency President Mahama. They did not listen. They thought otherwise again. they have gone to the same court, questioning the power of His Excellency President Mahama to suspend the Chief Justice, awaiting the outcome of the Commission's work. Again, the same court that they used to tell us to go to has reasoned and concluded that they have no such powers, and for that matter, they cannot order His Excellency President Mahama to put on hold the suspension that was given out. So the MPP is fighting with the same judiciary it instituted. And interestingly, Alfred Dami, who not long ago, Godfred Dami, who not long ago was the leader of the bar, is today before the very institution that he built for 8 years. It has nothing to do with the NDC. And he's at loggerheads with them. And remember what Tokono told us.
What did she tell us?
The law
is the law.
Is the law. Let the MPP go and have their time in court. Let them engage with the processes. And I am glad that they cannot be raising issues of abuse or bias.
Dami wanted the acting CJ to recuse himself. He thinks he's a beneficiary of the case.
How is he the beneficiary? The man, Paul Bafo JSC, is the senior most Supreme Court judge on the bench. He has been appointed, he has been given the role of acting CJ.
Yeah.
Because that is what our law says. If the CJ is not in place, the most senior judge automatically becomes acting. So it doesn't even require the power of the president to make that determination. The fact that Justice Paul Bafo is the acting CJ does not mean that he would be the substantive CJ in the event that Tokono's suspension is upheld and eventually removed from office.
Yeah.
Have you forgotten that under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the retired Justice Atuguba acted as acting Chief Justice? Have you forgotten? Yeah. Before the appointment of Sophia Akufo JC.
Yeah.
Did that make President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo confirm Justice Atuguba as a substantive Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana? So what are they talking about? And in any case, I have demonstrated again around this table in a litany of cases where it has been established that when it comes to the administrative functions of the Chief Justice, whether Chief Justice or acting, you simply cannot be raising issues of natural justice. It's been established in a line of cases. It's part of our judicial system. What's the name? Our legal system. It's established. The same Supreme Court. So you simply cannot say that, okay, because he's now been given Chief Justice and he's acting, he should not sit on the case. The same courts have held in the past and continue to defend that when it comes to the administrative functions of the Chief Justice, the principles of natural justice do not apply. And so this strange legal gymnastics being adopted by my good friends is quite surprising to us. But again, the courts are there. We have not put in place a single judge.
Right. They should deal with
These are the people they appointed for the good people of this country. They are those still manning the judicial system. Let Godfred Dami and the MPP, and possibly with the support of Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, go and deal with the legal processes. And if they are successful, they can rest assured that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama would respect the outcome of any court decision, even if it goes against the interests of his government or that of the National Democratic Congress, because we are true Democrats. Indeed, the fourth Republican Constitution is our baby. And so we would go outside our way to protect the sanctity of that Constitution and our democratic process. And it is not for nothing.
Thank you.
That even in our anthem as a party, we ingrained it and indicated that we shall develop this country and lead it from what? Victory to victory. The NDC shall build a stable democracy.
Thank you, Hamza.
So we would not be stampeded.
Thank you. Before I come to you, Dennis. But see, on the matter of the removal of the CJ, this court case, and then that of the minority leaders issue with the police.
On the removal of, is it the removal or the
suspension of
the ruling of the court?
Yes, which has dismissed the injunction application by Vincent.
No, I think, like I said the other day, I think that we must allow due process to work. In that, once there's a process in the Constitution which says if a Chief Justice, if there's a petition, these are the processes that will be followed. Let's allow that process to go on, and then the ruling of the court itself again confirms that this is the process that is being followed, and therefore there should be no interference with the process. So I think it is important that we, as Ghanaians, accept the things that we have put into our constitution and begin to test them so that in the near future, the constitution becomes more robust when there's going to be a review and issues like that, so that we don't keep looking at it and say, but this is strange, it's never happened before, so let's not do it. It's there, so let's follow through. I would want to look at the other issue of, let me bring this in the code of ethics quickly, because I think that corruption, the fight against corruption begins with transparency. So I'm particularly excited that this document has been made available and is public. So people can look at it and say, yes, this is available. And therefore, it will inform us as Ghanaians how to see our ministers and people conduct themselves. And I also think that our ministers must pay particular attention to this document. They must read it carefully and understand how they are expected to conduct themselves in public and with their other ministers and the judiciary, and because it provides quite a broad guideline. My other comment is that the issue of gifts needs to be further improved.
Right.
One, because when you set a limit of 20,000, yes, it may look good now, but the question is, if their salaries get increased, what happens? So I think that the issue of gifts must be related to the person's income in terms of a certain percentage. So that if you receive a gift of this percentage of your income, this is what must happen. So that threshold must not just be set as 20,000, but it must be set as a percentage of the person's emolument or income. Then there will be no need to keep revising it as things change, because then it is there, it is known. If your salary, your emolument goes to this amount, we know the limit to which you can. Now again, in terms of that threshold, we need to look at it. Is it a perishable item or is not a perishable item? Because there are places where we say the minister may submit this, that. So again, we need to look at, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done around the gift issue, so that. But the part that also excites me is the role of the chief directors. Now, these are technocrats, and in the code of ethics, it says clearly that they cannot be dismissed by the minister, which is what the public service, and that is why I think that it is important that our public service officers conduct themselves properly, because they keep making excuses about how they will be victimized by politicians, but clearly they are protected. And that is why these technocrats must act properly and impartially. So it says that the chief directors cannot be dismissed, and that they are supposed to provide technical advice to the minister at all times. Are our chief directors doing this properly?
Right.
Or they are simply looking for favors from politicians so that they can continue to stay there and get all, and because they are assured of a job for almost life. So for me, these are the things that our ministers must focus on, read this document properly, and ensure that they are abiding by it.
Right.
So I would want to encourage the new government and say that, look, this is an excellent piece. They should implement it so that 6 months from now we can continue to evaluate our ministers conducting the but again, I just want to add this. The fight against corruption is so important that I think that there are low-hanging fruits that this government can deal with.
Right.
Sedinam Tamekulu has already been found guilty. The chief executive of Maslock has been found guilty. I think the first thing the government must display is bring her into this country and put her into jail.
Right.
We must begin to be bold, because if the president says my second term of office is a no-nonsense term, this is one of the first things that they must do. They must bring Sedinam Tamekulu and put her in jail.
Very well. Thank you. Dennis, on the matter of the suspension of the CJ, Vincent Assafua's injunction being thrown out, and then your leader, who has been seen in a video allegedly attacking a police officer.
The temptation.
Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
I won't mind. I won't mind him. But what I would say is that they should focus on the job. Ghanaians are looking for solutions. Solutions to prevailing challenges.
I thought you said you fall for it.
Oh no. That's why I'm being very nice.
Oh, Dennis.
Solutions to prevailing challenges and difficulties, and save us the lamentations, the commentary, the rhetorics, it's almost becoming annoying whenever they are asked to deal with the situation. They are referencing the MPP. So Cocoa farmers say, give us assistance. Oh, MPP didn't do this, didn't do this. Business people say, give us stable power. Oh, the MPP for 8 years didn't give you power. You know, young people say, give us job. Oh, the MPP did this. You know, it's like I keep saying, let's give time. But I mean, we're not hoping for them to fail because we are the crucial point in this country's development that if we are unable to at least consolidate the gains that we have made, and we have a rollback like they rolled us back between 2012 and 2016, because the first term of the Mahama administration, we all remember, we haven't forgotten. Let me remind you, when Mahama left office, His Excellency left office in 2017, people said NDC are good. You recall?
People are saying same now.
Yes. That's why when he said, that, look at him and I nod my head. Because we know you. We know,
you have the experience.
So they should calm down and they should be nicer to us. They need to transit quickly from opposition to power and realize that, listen, we are paying you with our taxpayers' money.
Dennis, let's move on to the CJ issue.
Oh, but why are you gagging me? Why are you telling me? You remember he told you can't tell him what to say and he's happy you are. You know, he will speak up for me.
Let's move on.
So they should be nicer to the people of this country and understand that there is serious business to handle. And stop running around all these things. I mean, he put out a lot of misrepresentations. I don't want to call it falsehood. And I want to state this for the last time and state it forcefully. If you merge a ministry, you have insignificantly reduced cost. You've done nothing. That is fact. If you appoint Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah as Minister for Information, you have not in any way necessarily burdened the state. The reason is that Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah is already taking his accommodation allowance, his fuel allowance, all these allowances from Parliament. It is not duplicated.
That does he get extra when he goes to the
2,000. That's what I've told you.
It makes a difference.
Oh, I mean, that's why I use the word insignificant. It is not enough to pay for no space fees.
2% makes a significant difference.
But this is not even 2%. And this is fact.
Yeah.
You see, council, sometimes I don't want to put out certain things too, because he's my friend. It is completely falsehood. If anybody tells you that the savings from merging the ministries they've merged is going to give you 500 million, it's not true. It's not true, and I can challenge him to it. And I'm saying that for fact because I know the difference. He doesn't know it. He hasn't done it yet. He knows. He can't challenge me rather than he has done it. He hasn't done it yet. He hasn't done it, and it's not up to 500 million. If you want, we'll go and do it next week. We'll put up. Rather, there's no betting tax. We'll put up a bet. If I win, because it's false. It's not true, and I've explained. I've already explained it all to you. So he should stop that. Now, on the matter of the CG, last week I told you that it is part of their social contract. The social contract, there is written and unwritten. One of the unwritten social contracts was when the president told us on TV that they cannot fix the perceived mess in the judiciary with the same CG. Then he told his, and for me, there has never been any reckless statement than this statement that the president made, and I'll have it on video. He says that, you know, currently the Supreme Court and our judiciary and our bench is, you know, made up of too many political people, partisan people, you know, people who have seen doing politics and political individuals appointed to the place. And so my encouragement is that for you NDC lawyers, you should be ready and prepared to be elevated to the bench. It's on TV. Then you come to...
But for politics, will this have been a bad statement?
No, but for the implementation, it wouldn't be a bad statement. But for the implementation... But for the implementation... Yes, it is wrong. There is everything wrong with the precedent.
It's wrong.
Saying that we need to balance out. Yeah. We need to balance out the bench because I think that the bench is political. Then, within 118 or 17 days, you appoint 7.
Nominates.
No, you nominate 7. Do I take it that these 7 people are your NDC judges to balance the MPP judges? You see, that is what we are doing to the judiciary. Because right now, as I sit here, if you take my case to the court and I lose, and I see the 7 people in there, can I simply come out and say that this is the 7 aside? You know when we are playing small post, 5 aside. This is the 7 aside. You see the way they used to call the Supreme Court judges unanimous FC. This time the team is 7 aside. They are playing small post. Can I simply say that? That is what they have done to the judiciary. And it's not a joke. They have hurt the judiciary. appointing 7 judges, there is nothing wrong with it. You have breached no law. But having said in opposition that you think that the bench is made up of political people and it's time for the NDC lawyers and judges to be ready, to be elevated. And then within 117 days, you appoint 7. What you have done is that you have tainted these 7 judges. What you have told us is that these are your 7 NDC judges to go and balance at the Supreme Court. I didn't say it. He said it. The last time our judiciary was attacked in this manner was in 1982. The only difference between this and that one was that one was bloody. My grand auntie, Cecilia Cranton, who was feeding her baby, was dragged out of her home and got lost till date. So this is a very serious matter. And we are only hoping that the president, at least in his address today, would apologize for those reckless statements he made in opposition. It is within your right to appoint as many judges as you want by our laws. It is within your right. But right now, what you have done is that you have told us that the judges you have brought are NDC judges. They are going to balance out your so-called MPP judges. And I'm happy that for the first time in 8 years, the Ghanaian people have been saved attacks on judiciary for the first time.
Very well.
Because the Supreme Court, don't rush me, you gave him time.
Our time is up.
The Supreme Court gave a ruling for the first time.
Our time is up.
The Supreme Court gave a ruling for the first time, and nobody is attacking the Supreme Court. Nobody is calling the Supreme Court corrupt. Nobody is calling the Supreme Court partisan. Nobody is calling the Supreme Court names. But in this country, from the president of the day to all his cabinet ministers, they call these same judges corrupt. They call these same judges puppets of Akufo-Addo. They call these same judges unanimous FC, meaning that they have no minds of their own. No MPP person will do that. We believe that the courts are fair. I don't even think that the 7 judges that His Excellency the President have appointed are going to be unfair, even if they are approved. Because you see, if you commit murder and you are taken to court, murder will be proven and you will be jailed. If you haven't committed murder and you are taken to court, even if you are Hamza's wife, you can't jail me, and you don't like me, you can't jail me.
Well,
because you will not be using any different set of rules. My prayer,
unfortunately, Hamza,
my prayer is that
which is not accurate.
My prayer is that. Oh, can I? No, please.
Please.
If you say it, I'll also come in. My prayer is that. Oh, why you? When I wanted to supply you with information, you can't supply me information on my prayer is that at least the way we are behaving as an MPP group without attacking the judges, even though they are ruling against us, they will keep the same energy.
Amen.
For the first time, he says we should go to court.
Amen.
We will go to court. But eventually, when they lose, they should not attack them and send them.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You didn't allow me to do that.
We know the story about the meeting with NDC lawyers. Unfortunately, our time is up. No, they were not. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Michael, Dennis, Hamza, thank you so much. This has been the news review here on Breakfast Daily. Stay with us on the show. We have a lot more for you.
Yo, fam, it's that time again. Finals. Oh, yeah. Go TV. Let's go. Go TV. This is too big. The Premier League, La Liga, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa, and more. Finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend. Go TV. Love it.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Renal Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Renal Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Renal Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Renal Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Renal Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response 1.
One night, I heard the glass shattering. Armed robbers had broken in. Before I could react, the alarm blared and the lights flashed, and Response 1 was already on their way. Within minutes, the security was at my door and the armed robbers had fled. I never want to be that scared again. And now I know with Response 1, I never will.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response 1's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response 1, stay connected, stay protected.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
My puppy go forget your own plans. So I go figure my own.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to Aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tank Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Good morning. Thank you so much for sticking with us right here on Channel 1 Television. It's an absolute pleasure to always run your mornings with you, and we are grateful that you choose to spend your mornings with us. My name is Jifa Kedi Akutu.
My name is Philip Nilato. It's going to be interactive on this show. You can join us with your comments, submissions, and your messages via our WhatsApp line 0204447033, because we have a lot for you today. Between the hours of 9 to 11, you have nowhere to go. You have to stay here. We'll be combing the whole country and be bringing you updates from some communities. Today we'll be focusing more on the health sector, and we'll be bringing you what is trending, and we'll be having a conversation with some artists in studio. We'll bring you entertainment highlights, among other things. So make sure that you are here, you are glued to your seat, and do not go anywhere. This conversation, like I stated initially, is going to be interactive. So you have to join us. The scriptures of Mama is still here.
Of course, of course. So scripture for Mama. Yesterday we had Apioko, head of programs production, Channel 1 Television, joining us on the set to tell us all about a scripture for Mama. We've said all we have to say. It's Mother's Day celebration on Sunday. You can't decide not to be a part of this, really, because look, every year in and year out, we are all going on and on about how our parents have sacrificed so much for us, and then we don't even know how to pay them back or know how to say thank you. This is just your little way to say thank you, Mama, for all that you have done for me. I cannot say thank you enough. So we here at Channel 1 TV and City FM are giving you the opportunity to win an amazing gift package for your mom, just to say thank you. And look, it's very easy. This is how you need it, or this is how you can win something special for Mama on Mother's Day. We are asking you to write your favorite scripture, any scripture that resonates with you so well. And after writing the scripture, you tell us in a maximum of 100 words why you chose that scripture. If maybe that scripture represents your mother's care, her love, her affection towards you so much, just tell us, maximum of 100 words, and you get it. And then when you are done, add your full contact details. That's your name, your telephone number, and your location, as well as your mother's name, her telephone number, and her location. And send it to the WhatsApp number 0549 986 996. 0549 986 996. And remember to hashtag a scripture for Mama when you are sending it to the WhatsApp number. Hashtag a scripture for Mama. And just leave the rest to us. Just stay glued to us here on City FM or Channel 1 TV to, hear your name or your telephone number being mentioned that you've won something beautiful for yourself and for your mother to celebrate Mother's Day on Sunday.
So just fingers crossed after you are done writing. Make sure that you have your fingers crossed that you are going to be part of the selected 5. Yesterday, from what Apioko said, out of the entries that will come in, we need 5. So make sure that you write it well, and let it really, really depict what you want to write, because Apioko made mention of the fact that anyone can choose a scripture, write it, but let the story tell itself that it's just going to be very convincing, and you are going to be part of the 5. You're going to get something from GTP, you're going to get something from ABV Foods, and also you're going to get something from Bev Duvenet. But
so aside from the gifts that people are going to win, one thing that also stands out for me is the fact that imagine you write something beautiful for your mother on Mother's Day, and she gets to hear it being read live on radio. And the joy, you know how our parents are so proud of us when we do something, when we do something, and all the family members will be calling, hey, Mati, that kind of thing. So even if you are not one of the lucky winners, but I hope that you are, it's just beautiful to celebrate your mom to the world, because our viewership and listenership goes far. So it's just beautiful to celebrate your mom in grand style on Mother's Day. So this is just a token you can give to. And remember, by Friday, your entries should have been sent. We've already started receiving entries. So if I were you, I'd have sent mine by now.
So it has to be ASAP. Start writing it now and get it to us via WhatsApp in the numbers that were mentioned. Trending Inter Milan and Barca. You said you watched bits and pieces of the match yesterday.
Yes. I watched a little. I think I started watching from the 60th minute. And it was quite an interesting, when it comes to football, I'm not so like fussy about football and all of that, but for some reasons lately, I don't know, I've been catching bits and pieces of some of the matches being played, and I'm growing some likeness towards it. So yesterday when I watched the match, it was quite very tense. On my way home, you see people at different sports gathered, and I'm like, what's going on? What is going on, you guys?
And most of them are investors. You know investors?
Yeah.
Yes. Most of them are investors.
They've invested, so their monies are at stake.
Of course, our monies are at stake, so we have to check who is winning what, so that we know how to withdraw. Yes, very important.
But at the end of it all, it was a beautiful win for Inter Milan. They finished up with a 4-3
for Barca. Against Barca,
Yes, right. So, and funny enough, the match ended full time in 90 minutes. They played 5 minutes extra time, and still it was 3-3. So, per what I understand, they needed to play an extra 30 minutes. And after the 30 minutes, oh God, Barcelona, Inter Milan scored the 4th goal, and they closed on that. It was very beautiful. Social media was ablaze. Look, the Inter Milan fans, as well as some Chelsea fans that I know, were in support of Inter Milan for some reason. I don't know why. But I mean, that was what it was yesterday when it comes to the Barca and Inter Milan
match. So it's going to be PSG and Arsenal. PSG is leading by 1 goal already. They're going to play home. So they're going to play against Arsenal today. Whoever wins between PSG and Arsenal is going to win. It's going to meet Inter Milan in the finals. Mind you, this is the Champions League, and it's exciting that we are experiencing this. Yesterday it was 4-3 Inter Milan and Barca. Excitement all over. Some of the tweets that we are saying, if you have them, you can share with us.
Very interesting words, actually. So there's this one that comes from Don Opresi. He says, Barca are the first team in history to come back and go back. I don't know what that means, though. I'm sure the sports guys will understand.
Yeah, the sports guys will understand. So you have to get in touch with the sports guys to tell us details about this. Well, another one that is trending is the DVLA Adenta building that will be launched today or commissioned today.
It's actually on my road. I pass there every now and then on my way to work and on my way home.
Interesting. So if you're supposed to renew your license or so, it's going to be easy for you.
Very, very easy. When I saw the branding and all, I'm like, oh, finally.
We have it here. So it's going to be done today. Commissioning of the DVLA Adenta office theme, driving sustainable service delivery under the 24-hour economy, is happening today at 2 p.m. The Ayalolo Bus Terminal Aviation 3rd Gate Road. So the President John Dramani Mahama will be there to do the commissioning. Also, the Transport Minister, Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikwe, will be there. Mr. Julius Nikwe Kwote, he is the Chief Executive Officer of the DVLA. He is going to ensure that this is going to be done and done properly. And also, the service you want at DVLA, they're looking at giving you premium service. So we'll keep our eye on this and see what comes out of it by close of the day. Difa, can we go in for our video of the day?
Right, Philip, just before we go in for the video of the day, Met Gala was also trending. You know, it happened over the weekend, last weekend. Look, the fashion that was at display at the event was mind-blowing. It was just as though they understood the assignment. And another person who was trending at the during the Met Gala was Rihanna. You know, she's expecting Riri, our very own Riri. She's pregnant again and expecting her 3rd child.
She's already done with 2.
Yes, in about a space of 4 years. So people are saying that it's like every year she's getting
busy. Rihanna, you're getting yourself busy. I like this song of Irreplaceable. I like.
So Rihanna has been in the trends since then for, expecting her baby bump is quite obvious. So she showed up at the Met Gala beautifully dressed.
Oh.
I loved her outfits to bits.
Class.
With flaunting the baby bump. So that's about that.
You think you can flaunt that in a Bibini country? Anyway, let's bring you the video of the day.
Different land prison kese point wo no ne no mo aduane ko ma yan fa nipa nan nipa num kra so ono nko a bet ma ya de expertise or dey back from your sasi so no ti ono nko a na shedan ni mo e mo no say ni be pia so ten ni ma we no obono mu tuo ni ma level nti we en wo huri sensen wie mo dien sika nko a na wo pa be bo abusia dien ten nko a ti kese we ni nipa be 6-7 ne we nu kakra no no nko a ko gina mu ayese en wo yeso ne pepepe o o pepepe o be hura sensen mu ya kadade ne be won because unse o sen ade ne so en wo scoop ko ti amana ye yere prekope o hu na so de da jam ne ne ma so ye adwumaden a wo bo all in the name so wo peska be bo abusuan prisoners eduane no mo in such a way say udi o yembe team because as a prisoner the any say with me di run the toilet up and down sir and I offer ne claims on the kuta that be mind no that expertise no or the copy on so the other take Ghana him no
Philip, video of the day.
Could make you say highways fire shit.
Philip, hold on. Do you cook?
Yeah, for a very long time I haven't.
You haven't cooked.
Not
What's
really
the most quantity of food you've cooked? Would it be up to what we've just
Oh no,
watched?
I can't do this. this is like strong work for me. I can't do this.
No, but
I think there should be technology too easily to do this.
No, but this is right.
Technology. I don't know why he's doing this and this. I would say, oh yeah,
Isn't it fall inside the pot? Because
how can you do this? Strongest chef. No, how can you really do
serious,
this?
It's like he's climbing the hole.
Yeah, because he has to force it to 10 so that he will get to the other side of the.
You know the funny thing? It's a commentary. It's a commentary around the video for me.
From Code Mickey. Anyway, so that is the video of the day, and Jifa, what do we have next?
Right, so we are going to be listening to some good music from Kobe West right about now. Kobe, let's hear you.
I'm up here to say thank you to God.
This is Kobe West from Konongo Zongo.
For blessing me.
I'm performing the second song of my EP, Songs from the West. Can we listen to the song? Bongo will be great, Bongo will be great. Bonda little boy can a bongo. He's a trenches baby, but any for no. He's a king to rule, a bongo will be great, a bongo will be great. Running for the guala, the shout at me mampaba. I left home many days, they shocked them fighting for the kafa. Nothing push me back, the plenty talk my theatre. Now it's time to move, baby said to me for the kwacha, the kwacha. Now I see a bunting, what to do me, I don't know. Jaja guide me and just back come in my shasio. None of the trusted the boy, even myself was a big fear. But here to tell you, say, Bongo will be great, 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 Bongo will be great. And yeah, me penny say ube whom ya many numbers or bray de me bo from the mission say yeah me quata. Despite against me bro it be hard baba say you go falla, go forward and war, say to yourself it go be better, it go be better, it go be better. The back was never, the back was never. You can forever, you can forever. Ooh, yo, yo, say it go be better, it go be better. The back was never, the back was never. You can forever, you can forever. Yo, yo, Bongo will be great, 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 Bongo will be great. Bongo will be great. So this is Omalicha, my newly released song. I made this song for the ladies. Let's sing together. Ooh, darkness near. I say Omalicha, come give me wine, no be bitter. Breakfast in bed as usual. Make her go down for you. I'm on my east side, yeah, west side, yeah. No one before you. Now my north side, yeah, the south in, yeah. No one after you, my girl. My cocoa and my formula, girl. White tea and my painkiller, girl. Like Davido and Chioma. Oh my God, now then they cry oh for one love, oh, love where we don't go give them. The jealous say you be you, I said then they cry oh for one love, oh, love where we don't go give them. The jealous say you be you, I say oh Malicha, come give me wine, no be bitter. Breakfast in bed as usual. Make her go down for a dinner. Ooh, I say, oh, Malicha, come give me wine, no be bitter. Breakfast in bed as usual. Make her go down for you, tea. You love to make money, they dribble like Messi. Now they 18 yard, I go shoot for them. Them all go call the referee. The referee, Colina. Chinedu, my baby good. My all for you, girl, can't give me blues. Then I go add my reggae to you. Then I go tell them, say you where I choose. Mommy, come closer, make we do good sing. Come give me voice, I'll be your Dixon. Now because of you are the reason. Sing plus you go be big thing. Mommy, come closer, make we do good sing. Come give me vibes, I'll be your Dixon. Now because of you are the reason. Sing plus you go be big thing. I say, Malicha, come give me wine, no be bitter. Breakfast in bed as usual. Make her go down for a dinner. Ooh, I say, Malicha, come give me wine, no be bitter. Breakfast in bed, oh, I say breakfast in bed, oh, I say breakfast in bed, oh. I say, with the darkness near.
Have you in the studio? Right, tell us about yourself for the purposes of those who don't know you, and of course where you come from, Sunyani Zungu. It sounds like quite a popular place.
Yeah, that's Konongo Zongo.
Konongo Zongo, rather,
Konongo
right?
Zongo.
Black Sheriff's place, I
Yes,
suppose.
please.
Oh, hi, Blacko. Anyway, tell us about yourself.
So, Kobe West is a musical artist from Konongo Zongo. My genre is Afrobeats. No, I'm a student of Lego on level 300, reading political sciences, and then, yeah.
Political science students doing music. How long have you been doing music?
Professionally, for about 3 years ago.
And what took you into music? Because if you're studying political science, I'm wondering how you are juggling those two.
So, music is something that really inspires people around, When you hear music, sometimes the music really talks about people, their lifestyle and everything. I went into music not because I want to do, but I think I have the passion to tell people about a story or even their own stories outside there. So combining the music and the school, it's quite difficult, but I'm still doing it.
And how has it been with 3 years doing this? How has it been?
Very
has it been good?
Very good.
How many songs do you have?
Professionally, I have about 10 songs, including my EP, my recently released EP, yes.
And on the EP, okay, so you have a new EP. Talk to us about it. What's the title or the theme of the EP?
Yeah, so the EP is Songs from the West EP, yes. I have 7 songs on it. A song featured Tulenke and Yapono, and then Kwesi Ameuga, Yao Hero, Kwesiden, and then Kevan. Yeah, so it's out on all streaming platforms, yeah.
What's your favorite song on the EP?
Actually, I don't have a favorite.
I knew you were going to say that, but you still have to choose one. What would be your favorite?
I would choose Abongo would be great.
Why Abongo would be great?
Because I would be great. I'm Abongo.
Oh,
Yes.
so the song is about you.
Yes, please.
Interesting. Now, if people want to reach out to you, how do they do that? And of course, to support your music.
So on all socials, I'm One Kobe West on all socials. Yeah.
All right, Kobe, thank you so much for coming.
You're
and
welcome.
then I wish you the very best. It's been 3 years of doing this, but we hope that in the next few years to come, you'll be breaking barriers with your music and going places.
Thank you very much.
Right, so that was Kobe West giving us some tunes right here on Breakfast Daily. Stay with us as we'll be delving into some community conversations shortly. We'll be right back.
So I'm performing Hustler's Prayer, the 7th song of my EP. The figure I say can we stop. So by a board they need hard times cry me a struggle. And I'm down, I'm so lonely, I can't stop. And I'm down, I'm so lonely, I can't stop. Okay, I can't stop. I be the breadwinner for my family. Trap a man, no they give a belly. This morning, no food in my belly. Trapping for the Gala, get a boy, I'm always ready. Trapping, get a boy, I'm always ready. Okay, I'm always ready. I don't know, I'm in Yasika Ibio. Sawa Sika Intina ya bro. Jaya so da my ashio. I don't know, I'm in Yasika Ibio. Sawa Sika Intina ya bro. I feel Jaya so oh. Spend my whole life doing this thing. Tell me why I go give up. Winners no they quit, quitters no they win. So every day man they heat up. Brown I'm a mouth tip off. Problem no they finish. Timmy J thought. The dream I dream so they think of what I go eat tomorrow. Papa Gusu Dialysis Sabia when he say hey you be tia. Make up peka crab if yes I'm be all brain in me trucia. Moving slow and steady session. Me want me the meeting a virgin chair. And now baby a dean I'm about when he say the NCA yes who we and hey yo Cynthia. Give thanks to the Lord for your life my bro. Me dem kwa come don't so I don't fold. Hey, but mommy I don't go. Say they wanna pull them on down as a part of me go. Give thanks to the Lord for your life, my bro. Me dem kwa come don't so I don't fold. Hey, but mommy I don't go. They wanna pull them on down as a part of me go. I be doing this to the long near the road, me show up yo. Steady grinding for a few, one man kill I share your yo. So it be hard way I fought to changing the game, going for the door. Emia, drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, from distance, so no. See Emia, drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, from distance, so no. Drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, from distance, so no. Emia, drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, from distance, so no. Emia, drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, sing Emia, drop Musa Meka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from last one, let's go. What's it, see, drop Musa Wonka, cause the draw now jamina. I didn't think off from afar, from distance, so no.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together. Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
We are grateful you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Let's bring you something exciting on this show. Is it exciting? I really don't know whether it's going to be appealing to you, the viewer out there, because it has to do with our healthcare system, which has to be in a way not so good, because some health facilities are battling. Some patients are not having full access to some facilities, some hospitals, among other things. It's becoming worrying. The first one is what we heard yesterday, that the renal unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital has been shut down. A section of the public that is on dialysis or have renal or conditions pertaining to their liver and kidney are falling on the renal unit for survival. But if there is a shutdown, it's a big problem. And we will take you to the Savannah region as well and bring you a concern of a hospital or a health facility there that do not have the needed equipment to run its day-to-day activity. But first, we are going to have a conversation on the renal issue at Kolebu. Right. The renal patients have been complaining. Before the previous administration left office, there was a plan that was going to be put on the National Health Insurance scheme. Yeah. We don't know what came up with that particular plan. There was also another plan that was rolled out by the Ghana Health Service. Individuals or patients below the age of 18 we're giving free healthcare, and also above the age of 60, we're giving free healthcare. That went on for like 2 to 3 months. We don't know of that as we speak now. But there's a report that was filed by our colleague Eno Safo. Let's watch that report. After, we will have a conversation with the patients themselves and some authorities that be.
It's been close to 2 weeks since the dialysis unit at Kolebu Teaching Hospital stopped providing care for outpatients. Channel 1 News has confirmed that during this period, only emergency cases have been handled. On Tuesday, however, there was a glimmer of relief. Some patients reported receiving calls from the hospital inviting them in for treatment. Yet, for many others, the uncertainty lingers.
When we came here this morning, back and forth, after I think around 9-10, some of the patients started coming. They've called them to come. The question is, do we have to get to this point before the necessary things are done? We don't have to get there. We beg them. 4 patients have called me that they've called them to come for their session. Good. Is it going to end here or is it going to continue?
President of the Renal Patients Association, Kojo Bafo Ahinkra, says the lack of clear communication has left patients feeling abandoned. He is urging hospital management to prioritize transparency and consistent updates, emphasizing that people's lives depend on timely treatment.
I just spoke to the PR and he is also telling me that they are now going for a meeting to come out with something. So we are still waiting for them. But that excuse is unacceptable. These are human lives. And 1 second past, minute, somebody can die if the person has not got the dialysis. And it's been about a week plus. And some people have not got a chance to dialyze. They don't have money to go to private. So they need to come out as soon as possible to let us know what is going on. We are just waiting, want to hear from them. We are not dumped. The mere fact we are sick, we are not dumped. We beg them.
Channel 1 News reached out to hospital management for clarification, but was told an official response will only be given after an upcoming internal meeting.
So we are expecting an official communication from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We'll find out the update, whether it's been fully open to patients or not. And also, if you are a renal patient, you can join us 0204447033. Join us with your comments and your messages, how the unit has been running for some time now. Are you okay with it? Maybe the hospital also have to tell us the reason why they shut it down. We are just hoping that we're going to get the president, the Renal Association president, online and have a conversation with him as to the reason why this was shut down. But like I stated, a lot of people, by no fault of theirs, have issues with kidney and liver. We've also seen concerns raised with the illegal mining activities, people abusing drugs, among other things. You may take painkiller for a very long time, abusing it, and eventually can lead to something else. But the little we can do for these people is to give them better health care.
Yeah, Philip, and you know, I was saddened when I saw this report because, look, dialysis is not a joke when you're on such a thing that even the fact that you miss a session can lead it to a whole lot of things, including death. So to think that people were not getting access to health care for a weekend over is scary. Imagine you have a condition, you know that I need my medication or I need regular checkups as often as I can get. And unfortunately, you get to the healthcare facility and they tell you that we are closed with no contingency plan, nothing. And you have to access a private facility, which will cost you even more. The fact that you're on dialysis alone is crippling your finances. Then now you have to make extra provision to have to, seek healthcare
in a private facility, which is very worrying. Well, let's bring you update on this. Let's speak to the president of the Renal Patients Association, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Kojo Bafo Ahinkra. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, boys.
I trust you are doing well.
By God's grace.
First of all, I want to find out from you, For how long was the renal unit at the hospital closed?
Come again, the question is how?
For how long, the period of the closure or the shutting down of the renal unit, yes.
In fact, yesterday will be 1 week, 2 days. That was it. It was shut down for a week and 2 days. Yes, but I think they resumed officially yesterday around 9 a.m.
So for the 1 week, 3 days, your members, where did they go for session?
You need to go to a private facility. Once you become a renal patient, you need either 3 times session a week or twice a week. And so if the place is shut down for a week, it's a very serious issue. So most of them were going for a private facility to go and having their session done. Thank God we have a lot of the private dialysis centers that are running in Accra. Which is very expensive. So most of them were doing the private dialysis. So you have no choice than to go to a private facility to do it.
So with the private facility, we want to compare the prices. I'm sure that is why you are moved to go to the public facility. Now, the private facility, how much is it, and how much is it for the public facility?
For the private facility, the least you can get is around 700 Ghana per session. And some are doing 1,000 per session, depending on the place that you are going in the facility they have there. But the least you can get among them is around 700 Ghana cedis. And compared to Kolibu or the public hospitals, they are doing at least around 500. It's 191. So you can just imagine the difference there. And even raising the 500 is not an easy thing altogether. How much more getting 700 or 1,000 per session? So we're having a very big challenge on when it happens like that.
So averagely, you are paying about 500 Ghana cedis for a session, and you need 3 of that in a week.
Yes.
And this is for the private facility?
No, for the private facility, the least you can get is 700. But the public hospital, we are doing 491, let's say 500. So if you are going for the private facility, then you need roughly close about 700 Ghana. But with the public facility like Kolibu, we need, let's say, 500. And then you need twice a week.
Wow.
Twice a week, yes. So if you are doing the 700, you are looking at 1,000 for that is for your dialysis. Your medication has not come, your transport has not come, and then we have injection that we take. That one too has not come. We are just talking about the cost of the dialysis.
Mr. Henkra, now what was the reason for the closure of the facility, and as well as were the patients aware that the closure was going to happen, or did this come as a surprise to them?
It was a big surprise. That is the problem we've been having for all these years. We keep telling them that we are human beings. Even though we haven't challenged with our kidneys, we are not that dumb. So if there's a problem, we expect them to communicate with us. As I talked to you this morning, they have not even given us any official communication for the temporary breakup for 1 or 2 days. As I spoke to you this morning, we've not received anything. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to meet the PRO, and he was telling me they were going for a meeting, but he will communicate later to us. But I have not started from him. But anytime such a thing happens, there's no any official communication. All that we hear is rumor. There are no consumables. They are short of consumables. That is all that we hear. So normally they don't communicate to us by telling us exactly what is happening. We don't know. If we are informed ahead, maybe we are getting shortage of this, we are getting so maybe in about a week or two, the unit cannot be running. Then you know the patient, you plan yourself ahead, because sometimes you need to go and borrow money, you need to go and beg money to go and do it for the private facility. But as I speak to you now, they have not given us any official communication telling us the reason why for the temporary holder.
And we understand some patients have been called back. What was the reason they gave to them for the callback? Are they receiving treatment, or what's the callback for?
Normally, we have days and time that we go for our sessions. Normally, each day and the people that go. So as at yesterday, the 2 day people were called to report for their session. Presumably that time maybe they received some of the consumables, which was alleged that it's short. So yesterday, some of them were called to report back to the unit for their treatment. And then this morning, some people have been called, the Wednesday people have been called to come for their treatment. So we are believing that some of the consumables are in now. So we think it started working officially, like is now open to the OPD now. But like I'm saying, we believe that proper communication should have been done. Oh, we had problem with this. Now we are back, so we resume. Then we know that we are good to go. But like as I said, now if you hear you more there and then, before you hear 1, 2, but the unit has slowed down again. Nobody give us any proper communication on whatever is going on.
But have you been able to engage any of the patients who had their sessions yesterday or even today to find out if indeed they've undergone treatment?
Yes, I was there yesterday throughout the whole day, and I was with the nurses and some of the doctors. Saw the process they were on the machine. The last patient finished, I think, around 6:30. I was there for the time the unit closed, not for today's work. It's just today that I have not been there yet. I'm about going there to ascertain the situation, what is happening. But yesterday I was there and the unit was working to its capacity.
So as we speak now, you can confirm that the unit is working fully now?
Yes, I can confirm the unit is working now. I've not been there this morning yet, but my checks for some of the patients who are there this morning, that is the Wednesday people, tell me that they are on the machine, they are receiving their treatment. And I've spoken to 1 or 2 people to also confirm that, yes, they are there waiting for their turn to go onto the machine. So, but I'll be there maybe in an hour or 2 to also to have a firm situation on the ground. But I'm aware they are working this morning.
Korle Bu often shuts down the renal unit from where you see it. How many times has this happened? And what really do they cite to be the reason to be the shutting down or closing down the renal unit?
I think Korle Bu has the largest numbers of patients. They are doing, I think, around between 150 to 200 patients. And then it's a referral hospital too. So most of the cases are being referred to them. So in between, they get emergencies. So normally, the problem I can see is that they need to have more consumables all the time available. Because the emergency cases are brought in. Sometimes they are being referred from 37 police hospital, other hospitals for referral. And maybe the person and doctors diagnose you, they need to put you on the machine. So they will use the lines. So I think they should always be stocked with the consumables so that it will prevent, because you always see that the nurses are ready to work, the doctors are ready to work, but the materials might not be available for them to work. This is normally what I think to be the central hold up and close out the place. But if maybe proper management is being taking place and always consumables are available, because like I keep saying, it's a referral place. So they keep referring cases in, people walking, and every day you are getting new cases. I think a day Korle Bu is doing about 10 cases a day of new renal cases. So you can imagine the numbers. So I think they need to stock them with their consumables, and then they need to get them more nurses and more doctors who can be taking care of these things. If these things are done, I think it's closer thing will stop.
Right. So you mentioned that the facility has been closed, or it closes down one too many times. Has there been any conversations or some sort of appeal between you and management, or even extensively the Ministry of Health?
No. Before the previous administration, they used to, we have a committee which normally in between we get a meeting, we discuss the way forward and some of these things that do not happen again. But since this new administration came in, we've not had any opportunity to sit with the ministry or the national health insurance. We are yet to meet them, so probably we can put certain things on the table. Now we were even expecting that this Mahama Care thing that was launched will include us, so that we can also bring the ideas and then the reality on the ground to them. But as I speak to you now, we were not included. We just heard it has been launched. We were invited to the launching. That was all. So I think there should be a way, stakeholder consultation on all this, so that we can all bring the idea, because I have done dialysis for 11 years and I have enough experience on the ground that we can tell them. We've been there, we've seen what goes on, what comes up. But because you are not part of management, you cannot go and tell management what to do. When you are invited, it's when you can also say something. But we are not invited. They fear that we are secretary. We have no right to tell them what to do. So that is the problem that we have.
But in the meetings with the previous administrations, what were some of the concerns that came up, or some of the reasons they gave you as to why the unit closes up as and when they have to? Did they tell you anything?
No, you see, we are there with them, so we see some of the challenges. Before then, I think they have a contract with a company in Germany or South Africa. They bought the machines. They were doing the supply. If you remember, I think last year or 2 years ago, we had the Kolibu shutting down for about 6 months, whereby we lost a lot of patients. It was there that some of these issues came out. We realized that they were owing the company, so the company were not giving them the consumables until government have to pay that money before. But as to how that contractual thing between them and Kolibu, how it has capsized or how it has been, we don't even know. As of now, the new urology building where we have a maternity machine there, we brought new machines there that we are also using. That is where that used to have been closed down for almost 1 week now. So whatever happens in between the ministry and the Kolibu, they will telling you are sick. It's like it's a favor they are doing that. So they don't even consider our opinion as sick. You see, if we are being, I keep saying that apart from me being sick, we are all educated. We have our profession. It's just rather unfortunate that the sickness has taken us to this situation. So sometimes when we are even consulted, and we are the people affected, we are the people going on the machine. We know the kind of things that we go in, right? I can tell you there are 2 machines. When they tell me to switch the machine that I want, I will tell you the one that I want to be on. Because I've tasted this, I've tasted that. I know the kind of energy that I get when I sleep on all these things. But some of all these things, they don't consult us. They see us that we are sick. So we are not maybe proper people to consult. So normally they don't consult any of us. So we don't even know what is happening to this thing that before you realize, how can the whole Kolibu sit down and say they don't have consumables? The whole Kolibu. I think the largest hospital in West Africa also. They sit down and they tell them they don't have consumables. To me, it doesn't make any sense. But they cannot be blamed that much. Because probably whoever signed that contract with whoever company that it is, or whoever asked them to supply the machines that they are giving the consumables, nobody knows what is between them. How can they sit down and say consumables are not there to patients to go and die? You know, there's whole cabal in this whole thing. Probably they need to set up proper stakeholders. Let's bring everybody together. Let's see what exactly the problem is. Because you can't sit and say consumables are finished. We shut down the unit for 1 week. Now, somebody can die through this. Already the person needs 3 sessions of dialysis a week. And you shut down for a week, he has lost all his 3 sessions. If the person has not gone money or somebody does not come to the person's aid, it makes him die. And if the person dies, you cannot bring the person back.
Wow. We want to find out this arrangement that was done by the previous administration. That persons suffering from kidney diseases aged below 18 and those above 60 years will receive all 8 dialysis sessions per month for free. And that was from the month of June 1 to December 2024. What has become of that arrangement?
Thank you once again. That thing was a pilot. Like I said, when that thing was being set up, we were part and parcel of that arrangement. So we tried a pilot and we realized that we could do it for everybody. So as I speak to you now, anybody coming to Kolibu who is on a national health insurance is not paying for dialysis. We started last year December. I think Baumia launched that thing. So from last year December as of now, anybody who comes to Kolibu and who is a national health insurance card member, some you don't pay. The national health insurance pays for it. And like I was saying, all those processes, we the patients were part and parcel of the planning. So we knew everything that was going on. But like that is what we are enjoying now. There has not been any new implementation yet from the new administration. We are yet to see how the Mahama care will work, which I know they take it to Parliament for approval for documentation. So we are waiting for all those things. Then we'll take the way for that. As of now, we are still enjoying the National Health Insurance Program that the previous administration set. That's what we are enjoying now.
But you want to make an input in Mahama Care, that is the Ghana Medical Trust Fund?
Yes, because we are part and parcel of the thing. Because they say they want to bring to sleep to all chronic diseases. Because, my brother, I keep telling you, if somebody is a renal patient, it's not only just the dialysis. So it's not only just the dialysis. You cannot just get up, you are a renal patient, and go and put to a machine. You need to have access. They need to do a surgery on your hand. We call it the fistula, which is going to cost you almost about 7,000 before you can have access to or go on the dialysis machine. Now, when you're on the dialysis machine, we have special injections that we take. That injection, anytime you go on the machine, you are supposed to have that injection. It helps you to bring your HB up because every dialysis patient is anemic. You go on the machine, it's your blood that goes through the lines. When you finish, you can never get all your blood back into your system. At least a percentage will stuck into the lines. They will throw it away. So always your blood keeps going down. So the doctors have designed an injection. And when you go on the machine, when you finish, they give you that injection. So always the lost blood that was stuck in the line, you get it back. That one too is money. Your BP medication has not come. Every dialysis patient, it's either you are hypertensive or diabetic, and are supposed to be on medication. Check from the BP medications that we buy. It's about 500, 600. So you can imagine. So it's not just the dialysis. If you have a patient, a brother, a sister, a husband who's a renal patient, if you do.
Wow.
So if you do, I've been dialyzed for 11 years. I have nothing. My brother is in SS1. Sometimes I have to beg people to buy provisions for her to go to school. If I don't have money, I'm going into it. Thank God I'm still alive. God is taking care of me. Now, this one we die, somebody has to borrow me money to go and do that private. So you can imagine. That's why we are saying we are the people affected. So when there's a policy like this coming out, get us involved and let us tell the people, the board members or whoever, the reality on the ground. They might be the professionals. They might know all the know-how, but they are not affected. They don't know what we go through. You see, that is what the argument you are trying to make. So we tell them that this Mahama case is going to help a lot, but what exactly are they going to use it to do for? That is what we are asking. What are they? You have the professors, you have the doctors, they know the greenhouse, but they are not even affected. They don't go on the machine. They don't know what to go to. You go and lie down, they put a needle in your hand. All the blood in you will come to a process for 4 solid hours. You be lying down for 4 hours. So that 4 hours, your time is gone. When you finish, you cannot just get up and go. You need to lie down because it's the blood in you that has gone through that process. So you need to settle down for it to go back to your system, take the full level before you can get up. And sometimes you can even get up and fall down and die.
Wow.
So it's a whole lot of fear. It's a whole lot of strength. People really don't understand. They see you that you're a renal patient. Me, when you meet me and I don't tell you, your colleague, hello, he's my friend. You always say, Mr. Hengrade. If I don't say, you just like us with. And one day to move forward. So there's a whole lot of whole thing in this whole thing, which they need to bring us on the table for us also to let them know what we go through.
Mr. Hinkra, a few questions before we let you go. You've been talking about Kolebu. Is that the only public renal unit we have in Accra? Let me put it that way. Aside what we have maybe in the Ashanti region.
No, we have the Bank Hospital, but the Bank Hospital is on its own. Is also doing it. I think they are doing almost roughly about 30 machines. The police hospital is also doing 37 is also doing it. Range, I think, is also doing it. They are on their own. I don't think all this hospital. I don't think they are on the national health insurance policy.
Oh,
I don't think they are on it yet.
So it's only Kolebu that is on the national health.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
yes,
nice.
It's Kolebu. The police, the Bank Hospital is not doing it. Police hospital is not doing it. 37 is not doing it. Radio is not doing it. There are other hospitals. I don't think they are doing it. I mean, when you think of the public hospital, and it's most of the government hospitals, the polyclinics, they don't have the dialysis center. That's the police referral point. The polyclinics, they don't have. Ideally, the polyclinics should have about 2 or 3 machines, also to be doing small dialysis for the machine. Now, here is the case. All these things are being referred to police. So you can imagine the kind of pressure that is on them. That's the way we are looking at it.
Wow.
So it's not only police, but the point is Kolebu is doing the national health insurance policy. They are doing it, and the national insurance is saying that. There are other hospitals who are doing it, but they scattered around. I think there are about 20 hospitals. They decided to do it. Overnorth is doing it. Cape Coast government hospital is doing it. O is doing it. I think the Teaching Hospital is doing it. And then the Field Quanta is also doing it. These are the hospitals I think they are doing the national health insurance policy. But in Greater Accra here, I think it's Kolebu and Islamic Hospital. These are the only 2 hospitals who are doing it.
Mr. Hinkra, thank you so much for your time. Kojo Bafua Hinkra is the president of the Renal Unit, Renal Patients Association, Kolebu Teaching Hospitals. Thank you so much for your time. At a point, I really felt it. Because to pay 500 Ghana cedis in the public hospital and say, like, 200. Exactly, and pay 700 in a private hospital, that's the minimum. Lie down for 4 hours with needle through your veins, and you Please.
I felt that.
Yeah. It's, and from what we have been told or we've learned is that it's very painful what they are going through with the process. We wouldn't really wish this for anyone, but if something has to be done to make their lives easier.
He's been on dialysis for 11 years. I don't know how he's been surviving, but look, I don't know. The Lord is your strength.
Taking your BP medication, being anemic, moving about, you have to. What salary requires?
And you go to the hospital one day and surprise, we've closed down because we don't have consumables. Like really?
Because see, if you are doing this, say, twice a week, averagely, I think 500 Ghana cedis
twice a week. That's
1,000 Ghana for a week.
Yes.
Times 4.
Yeah.
That is 4,000
cedis
times 12.
Other medications have not been calculated here too. That's
transportation,
transport, food.
What you feed on. I understand there is a limit for water intake. You do not take, because see, it's the kidney and the liver that is really working. See, if you have the chance to check your kidneys and your liver, please do. I think I did it last year. I'll do it again. Please and please again. The authorities also try and help the citizens, because this is, they are going through a lot already. For us to be adding on to their woes. See, if we do not get things done immediately, I think that the call being made by the president that they should be involved, that is the president of the association, they should be involved in the Mahama Care program. I think immediately the minister must do something about it. That is Kwabena Mintah, because when you were in opposition, you were very loud on this. So now that you are in power as the sector minister, you should try and do something about this. They are saying that they are still enjoying what the previous administration has done for them, the piloting, and now they are on the National Health Insurance Scheme or policy. Below the age of 18 years, you are getting the dialysis session for free. Above the age of 60, you are getting it for free. But something must be done.
For those in between that age bracket.
Because if those in between are paying this amount of money, trust me.
And imagine the ordinary Ghanaian who is not even earning up to, say, 3,000 or even 2,000 cedis, but for reasons, for nothing or being their fault, they found themselves in this situation and having to go for dialysis 3 times in a week.
I don't know how I'm feeling now. There's a message coming through.
Yes, this one from Karase from Dan Suman says, hey, so you mean to tell me that I'll be going innocently to do my dialysis and then surprise, it's closed down? What kind of bad joke is this? Partially closed or not, the patients deserve to know. You probably have the details to your patients. It shouldn't be difficult to send a broadcast message to inform them so they make plans. Should this also be something they have to be told to do? Well, that's for them to answer. Another one comes from Jeffrey from Malam, says, I have a friend who also has kidney problems, and the amount of money she has to cough up every week is absolutely insane. This person cannot work anymore. Where do you think the money comes from? Do you know how painful the treatments are? You can't play with someone's life. Come on.
Benji from Nungwa says the minister don't sit and fold your hands or arms. You are in power now. Do something, because it has long since gotten out of hand. This is at this point, and it looks like what he's saying or what the textile is saying is true. It's gotten out of hand. So we shouldn't get to a stage where we will find it difficult getting people who are having chronic diseases or they have to go through dialysis suffer this way. See, it's no fault of theirs. Even if it is, there should still be a system that will protect citizens. That is why we put leadership at the forefront of everything.
To some extent, this is clearly an administrative failure, because how can you tell me that, you are running an institution or a facility and you know when you are running out of consumables? Why do you sit and wait till you run out completely? Then you tell patients whose life depend on this that we don't have consumables, so we've closed down temporarily. Go, and then when we get some, we'll call you. What do you expect them to do? How do they survive? These are people, some of them are even depending on friends and family to even survive.
Of course, you may. Because you can't tell me that you are spending an amount of 4,000 a month, even if you are paid 8,000 a month, and you are paying, you are paying 4,000 a month every now and then, and you have to pay it for 12 times and move on and pay it for 11 years, as Mr. Ainkra has said. I think something must be done about it. You can join us with your thoughts, submissions, and comments. 0204447033. What do you make of the entire health sector in this country? Renal patients should also text in. We would wish to hear from you, because we can just tell your story and empower the change that is needed. But you have to tell us what we have to say for you, because we have the voice. If you tell us, we'll definitely put it out there for you. We are very much aware that the authorities they are watching, and they will do the needful. The Mahama Care initiative, please, the renal patients are asking that at least they make an input into it. Not only the Kolebu Teaching Hospital is what we are looking at today. We are taking you to the Savannah region in Damongo, where the St. Anne Hospital is in dire need of something. Let's bring you this report after we have a conversation.
Despite its recent upgrade to a regional hospital, the St. Anne Catholic Hospital still lacks a modern and fully equipped maternity ward. President John Dramani Mahama was born at this particular ward. The ward, which doubles as both a labor and delivery unit, suffers from a shortage of essential equipment needed to provide proper care for expectant mothers and their newborns. Speaking to Channel 1 News, Felicia Sabome, the person in charge of the maternity ward, lamented the daily struggles faced by midwives who must care for women in labor with only 2 obsolete delivery beds and minimal logistics.
This is where we conduct the delivery, all deliveries. So you can see basically the place is too small. We have 2 beds for the delivery. So in a case where we have more than 2 women who are in second stage, so it becomes a challenge. And then because of the space, you see that the whole place is a bit scattered in a way because the space is not actually enough. And then we also have a resuscitation area. And then there was supposed to be a warmer door, so it got spoiled, and we are here to get a warmer for that. So we'll really be grateful if we can get people to come in and then support us.
She added that the ward lacks adjustable beds, baby warmers, and other critical equipment needed for safe deliveries and neonatal care. She appealed to the government and stakeholders to intervene and provide them with modern, well-furnished maternity ward.
If we deliver the baby and the baby is not maybe like breathing well and there are other problems, this is where we bring the baby at least to take care of in case of maybe oxygen delivery and other things, and to help the baby breathe. So this is our resuscitation area. So and then you can see shaking. Yes, it's shaking, and then you see it's even too small and it's looking very old. So, and there was supposed to be a lamp here. Yes, a radiant warmer. Yes, sorry for that. It's a warmer, so that it will help produce heat while the baby is here, and we are still attending to the mother. But it got spoiled, and then we are here to get one for that.
The medical director and general surgeon at the St. Anne Hospital also voiced his concerns. He highlighted the hospital's struggle with inconsistent electricity supply, noting that the facility shares a single transformer with the entire community, causing frequent overloads.
The building itself, we've made a lot of appeal. We think where we have reached, that building is not befitting. So we'll be very happy if we can get a new maternity complex, and so that it can help in our maternal care. And we are doing our best, so the building should not actually be a limiting factor. The transformer is overloaded, so any small thing, the power will just go off. This has actually led to damage to a lot of our gadgets. So sometimes the power go off and quickly come, then the voltage is so high, it damages something in the equipment. As I've said earlier on, this equipment are very expensive. So sometimes when they get spoiled, it's difficult for us to repair it from our IG, because some of them, when they quote the money that is involved, is so high that it's as equal as buying a new one, and we don't really have that money.
Some patients revealed that due to the inadequate beds in the wards, they are compelled to manage with the few and deteriorated ones available.
How do you feel delivering in this hospital?
It's bad because the beds are not enough, and even the hospital, if they want to bring someone inside, unless they discharge some before, and some too came and they will discharge them. So we need the beds plenty. Even the chairs are not enough for us. The bed sheets are not enough. Plenty things are not enough here.
One baby ane nye kura ya na baby ayeda no enye maye ye mpa na ayeda no ni nyina bubu saa dan ni so ayewo ho no dan ni nyina ye kitwa se papa me pacho na wa ba hwe baby amaye na yetimi wu kama na yeda ho na ye free me pacho bebre e ma why.
There you have it from the St. Anne's Catholic Hospital in the Savannah region. Very, very sad one there. I don't know how we are living in a country in 2025 and healthcare system or delivery is this poor, this abysmal, so appalling. Look at the state of a hospital where women and children are supposed to receive healthcare. Lives are supposed to be brought forth into the world. In this very facility, look at the structure, integrity of the building to even talk about the other things that were mentioned in the video. It's, I don't know.
You hear
Philip,
somebody say,
hey, like, it's serious. So.
Because see, you are going to the hospital or the health facility
with the hopes of going to receive health care.
But then you come back and I don't know. Look at the state of the building yourself. Look at the building.
Look at the sink where they're supposed to wash their hands to clean their hands of any germs and contamination. But look at the state of sanitation in the hospital. I always say that
the health practitioners or the nurse and the doctors will try and give off their best. But if we do not provide the needed equipment, the infrastructure, they would not. They are improvising, literally. That's what they're doing.
Interestingly, even in this state, they are still there, serving Mother Ghana, serving the people of the community.
In the report, it was stated that the president of the land was born there.
So this should tell you that the hospital has been...
Yeah, it's been there for long.
Yeah.
So some sort of priority must be attached to this. I'm not saying that the fact that the president was born there, so we have to move there immediately. Whoever is in charge of ensuring that at least we get better healthcare system in this country should do so. Because looking at this facility, I don't think that I would go there expecting that I'll come home with the needed healthcare I deserve or I require.
You know, in situations like this, when you are going to such a place, and I mean, you don't have any other option but this, all you have to do is pray that God will take you and bring you back home safely.
But you know, funny, the people who are in that area do. This is what they have, so this is what they can make do with. This is what. This is the place they can go and get the health care they want. If you are watching us and there is a similar issue in the community or wherever you stay, you can as well give us that message. Let us know. We can do a follow up and know what is the issue with the health facility in your community, because this is in Damongo, and Damongo is not, from what I know, it's not a village, and it's a town that has really evolved. So if we are having problem with the health infrastructure in the area, I think that it's a call for action immediately.
I always
Something
say
must
that
be done immediately.
I applaud or I commend highly healthcare professionals who go out of their will to serve Mother Ghana or to serve wherever they are being posted to. Because if you have very little to work with, yet you are ready to deliver, it makes the work difficult, and it makes it look as though you are not even competent of what you're doing. But this is the case that they are ready, they are available to work. Just give us the tools to get the work done. That has also become a problem.
There's a space to place the baby, that if the baby...
the resuscitating area.
It's not breathing well, they place the baby there. And how can you put a baby at a place and you find things close to the baby like that. And it's like I keep saying, it calls for action immediately, because this infrastructure or this health facility is a health facility that has been there for years. We've had prominent people coming from this facility, and maybe this is not the only one we are looking at. This is just like the key to open many doors. So if the attention is not paid to this facility in the area, I think it's going to demoralize the health worker in the area. Because if I have a similar person, or we all completed a school, we went to the nursing training institution, or we went to medical school, and the
conditions
of services vary. You are working at UGMC and I'm working here. How then do I operate? But we have the medical director online, Dr. Nelson Abuado, if I got the name right, so that you will have a conversation with us. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm doing well by God's grace. I hope you are doing well.
I'm doing good. What we are seeing on TV concerning your facility, is it true, or is it something that our reporter is just making up?
No, please, it's true.
Tell us details about this. What do you not have at the facility?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to all our cherished viewers. The hospital was actually established in 1955. So, since the establishment of the hospital, it was during the 2014 thereabout that the hospital had some infrastructure. But unfortunately, we didn't have any infrastructure as far as maternity ward is concerned. And so we needed to convert one of the structures, which was actually an abandoned theater. It was an abandoned theater into a maternity ward, so that we'll be able to take care of the pregnant women. And as time goes on, we realize that with increase in population and the increase in the attendance, the place is now not fit for purpose. And so that is a big challenge. And I'm sure when the reporter came, he saw it for himself. It's a very small area, and people have to be squeezed in. It is actually not fit for purpose. That is it.
Wow. How many patients do you get in a day or in a week? How many individuals visit your facility?
So in terms of all the outpatients and everything, averagely we'll be getting about 200 people per day. That is the hospital. Yes.
Okay.
Doc, how long have you been there, first of all, and during your time there up until now, has there been any, support, some sort of renovations to the facility itself? I'm talking about the building, because we've seen the structure and then it doesn't even look safe to, have patients in there, first of all, and talk more of the other challenges you are facing that some of the nurses mentioned and we've seen in the video. Has there been any form of support coming to you?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I personally, I have been here since 2012.
Wow.
But it has not been a continuous, because I have to specialize and come back.
Okay.
So in terms of infrastructure, as I said, most of them happened, I think, 2014 or so, when there was the construction of the Fufunsu Solar. So with that one, we had an emergency complex. We had a male ward and a female ward. Then we had walkways that were done. So hitherto, the structures were that those olden structures, like those ones from the 1950s, those were the buildings that we had. And so, but the maternity is the one that is of concern to us, because it is not, we don't actually have a befitting maternity complex. You know, in current management of patients, you actually need a complex in which even you have an indoor theater. So that, because like this morning, there was an emergency, a twin gestation with a cord prolapse. And so they have to rush to the theater. The distance is even long. As far as we are very fast in the reaction, it will have even the reaction time will even reduce if you have a complex with a theater involved, because the staffs are very dedicated to do it. But if you don't have those infrastructure, at the end of the day, the will and everything will be there, but the infrastructure deficit is going to cause a big problem. And so that is our major cry.
Overall, how does this affect maternal and neonatal health in the maternity sector or in the ward or the facility?
Yes, so I mean, this, as I said, for example, what happened this morning, as I said, we are actually doing our best. So imagine that there is a small delay. There can be a fresh stillbirth. The baby can actually die. Then sometimes the patients some babies are also born and they need to be warmed. Then the radiant warmer that we have is for some of these machines. We bring we actually have a planned maintenance culture, but sometimes some of the gadgets are such that when you bring the engineers, they are not able to repair. Buying new ones are always very difficult. So at the end of the day, then it becomes a challenge to actually manage those babies. Then also the delivery beds, as they talk about. Recently, we wanted to acquire one, a modern one that will help. You know, you don't just look at the patient, but you look at your staff. Economics are also important. Sometimes midwives always deliver patients in a very awkward position, and invariably they end up getting some chronic back pain. Some there will be anatomical defect, their back will bend and all other things. So we wanted a modern bed. When we asked for quotation, it is 800,000 Ghana cedis. We realized that this amount, if you want even to take your IGF, immediately you buy that and then you cannot do any other thing. Meanwhile, there is drugs to be bought, there are other consumables to be bought. So usually that is the reality of the problem.
You mentioned a figure for the bed, that's 800,000 Ghana cedis. Are these funds supposed to be coming from internal generated funds or government supposed to fund this? Let us understand.
Sorry, it's 80,000, sorry, not 800, 80,000, sorry.
80,000 Ghana cedis.
Yes, 80,000 Ghana.
All right, so
if government do support us. When we are supported with those things, it's always helpful. But if those things are not coming, then we are supposed to get those things. And those are not the only things. There are other things that we are always buying. Some of the time it stretches us. So our income is not able to meet those demands. So that is where the problem comes. So the government intervention usually has helped the hospital a lot. And we that is why we are crying. Because we know if the government is able to help us, it will solve a lot of problems.
You did mention of government intervention. When last did you get any support from the government? And if you did, what were the items you got from the government?
Okay, so in last year we had a chemistry analyzer from the government through the ministry, through CHAC, and through the ministry through CHAC. So that is the last thing that I can remember. But some of the time, there are certain things that come, and usually the way they come through maybe a World Health. Usually the government that brings it, but most of the time you'll be doing people who come from global funds coming to inspect those items and other things. So sometimes they just come in. Recently we have some monitors also through the global fund. Sometimes it's this COVID-19 items and other things. But the latest one that we had is the chemistry analyzer from the Ministry of Health through CHAC.
Your pressing issue, that is the maternal unit or the ward, and also the beds and other things you are demanding for. Have you made this? Have you placed this demand in front of the authorities, i.e., maybe the MC in the area, the MP in the area, and also the Ministry of Health?
Yes, recently the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health visited our facility, and it was one of the things that we placed before them because we know that they are a very important committee that they can actually bring it up and it will reach the health minister. But other than that, when you go for performance review at the district level, the municipal level, we always make some of these things, we make it clear to them that these are some of our challenges. Yes.
Wow.
And then in terms of the maternal care, by God's grace, we are doing well. I think the year 2024, we had a zero maternal mortality. And in terms of our perinatal mortality has also come down drastically. Last year we had 4.2%. And so I think 4.2 per 1,000 live births. So I think we are actually doing our best in terms of that. So I'm sure when we get this infrastructure, we will do even better than what we are doing.
I mean, it really makes sense, and kudos to you and the whole team for keeping or holding the fort, even though you have lots of challenges to deal with. But just for a bit of an understanding, I was wondering, St. Anne's Catholic Hospital is in Damongo. What is the size of the hospital? Is it some sort of a district hospital? Is it the biggest hospital situated in the area? And in case of emergencies, what is your next referral hospital or facility?
Okay, thank you very much. So, I mean, that is the biggest hospital in the West Gonja municipality. So, it should be a municipal hospital. And in terms of emergency, most of the time, the good thing is that I'm a general surgeon. So, a lot of things that are general surgery related, we hardly refer. Even our maternal cases, we normally don't refer. The major things that we refer are always the trauma. So sometimes people come with some complex fractures. Those ones we cannot refer. Now, the place that we normally refer to is the Tamale Teaching Hospital.
Wow. All the way from Damongo, the St. Anne's Catholic Hospital to the Tamale Teaching Hospital?
Yes, please.
What's the distance like? About how many hours?
It's about 2 hours, averagely 2 hours. It can be less than that. It all depends on how you are speeding, but let's say roughly 2 hours.
2 good hours. Wow. Anyway, you have the platform now. Speak to the authorities and how urgent do you need the things you are calling for?
As for urgent, we need it very urgently because you see, the midwives and the other staff, when they have an environment, a healthy environment to work with, it also gives them the passion to work. This is a place that a lot of people, when they post them, they refuse to come. And even I've been here, there are a lot of doctors that they receive, a lot of midwives that refuse to come.
Hold on with that. Do they come there, the nurses, the midwives, the doctors, do they come there to see the facility and they refuse to come, or they know that the facility is not appropriate?
So some of them will come, they'll come and look at the place, they won't come again. Some of them, when they post them and you get to know, you do call them, they will give you the assurance, but by the time that you realize, they will tell you that they have gone to another place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue with your call to the authorities so that we'll wrap up on that.
So, and so we want to make an appeal to them to really help us. And also, we also want to make another big appeal, that is the transformer. The small medical equipment that we have that we are managing with, the electricity instability is really causing a lot of damage. As I'm talking right now, we recently had our anesthetic machine got destroyed, but fortunately we have another one, so we are able to run services without a problem. So the power supply is one of another. It's a big challenge. Then also the medical equipment also are also a challenge. Accommodation is also a big problem because, as I said, people already don't like coming here, and if they are coming here, they don't have a place to accommodate them. So then it compounds the problem and prevents people from coming here. But the assurance to the public is that we have dedicated ourselves and we are ready to help them. When people come here, we do our best for the people, and we want to encourage people to come here. And of a big concern also is when the Parliamentary Select Committee came, we told them the increase in the TVA, the stroke patients that we are having, is really a big public health concern. So we want to encourage our patients. Some of them, when they are sick, they don't come to the hospital, they go elsewhere, then they come to us with the complications. We want to appeal to them that they should come. When they come, we always do our best to help them out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson Agbado, Medical Director of the St. Anne Catholic Hospital. God bless you and your workers, because he's saying that for them, they are committed to do the work. And I told initially,
it will take a lot of commitment and dedication to want to stay in such an area or such a facility to do your work diligently.
You can't be here. You can't be at a facility where it's difficult to operate. You can't be at a facility where you don't feel like you are working. You feel like is this sacrificing or you under torture?
This is a clear sacrifice. Philip, this is a clear sacrifice because you can't tell me otherwise. I don't have all the necessary tools and equipment. Service conditions are bad, no accommodation, electricity problems, and other issues. I mean, a tall list of them. He mentioned electricity.
Water. We would have even noticed that maybe they even have water problems.
He's said a lot. Inadequate beds and all of the things that we've seen in the video. I mean, it's sad. It's really sad that one of the biggest hospital in the area,
West Gonja Municipality, that's a municipal hospital. And if they are to do referral, that is a Tamale teaching hospital.
That's about 2 hours away from. So if it's an emergency, imagine. But luckily for them or for the people in the community, they have someone like him who.
You see, someone like him will stay. Agreed. Now he will do his best. Agreed. But for how long can they stay with us? Yeah. See, if something must be done about it, it must be done early.
Now, actually.
Immediately. It's West Gonja Municipality. And in this particular area, it's serving a lot of people. Well, we understand we have the Member of Parliament or in the area. Let's have a conversation with him and see how best we can go about this. He is the Minister for the Savannah region, Salisu B. Awuribi. Hello, sir. Good morning. We lost him. You raise him again. He is the Minister for the area, for the region. We will raise him again, and we will bring you the details of whatever is happening in the area. But this is a very, 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 very big issue.
Situation. Help needs to go to them ASAP. I keep saying that I commend them. I commend the team there for their dedication and their passion towards helping the people of Damongo and also the people of Ghana, because it will take a lot of sacrifice, a lot of self-consciousness and self-motivation overall to be in an area like this. But it's sad that people or mothers have to go through this, torture, if I can call it so, to be able to bring forth lives. And we need to do what we have to do. But we've been joined back on the line by the Member of Parliament for Savannah Region, Salisu B. Awuribi. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for making time to join us on the show. We appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. But I'm the Regional Minister,
right?
Not the Member of Parliament for Savannah.
Right. Thank you so much for the correction. Now, talk to us. Has this come to your attention? The state of the St. Anne's Catholic Hospital in Damongo, has it come to your attention?
It has come to my attention by the report of your officer, who was part of the parliamentary delegation, who came to visit the St. Anne's Hospital in Damongo.
Right. How long ago was this?
Pardon me?
How long ago did you get this information?
I think some 3 days ago.
Okay.
That it came to my notice.
Okay.
And I should have been part of the parliamentary delegation to visit the said facility. But we're also called to a meeting at Ada, where there was a retreat for ministers, presidential staffers, and deputy ministers. So it coincided with their coming, and I was not part of it. Indeed, the hospital themselves said they were coming to brief me when I actually assumed office, but they are yet to come. But few issues that they raised were issues that attracted or that caught my attention.
So what were some of the issues that they raised? That is a select committee. And Honorable, are you visiting the place anytime soon?
We are very close mates, and I visit there frequently. Yes, but it's one thing to go to that place in a private capacity or to go and visit somebody, and another for the administration to lay out the challenges that they think they are facing effectively for us to deal with it. I don't know whether in the previous administration they might have laid claim to the administration, that I don't know, and I don't have that in my handing over notes. But be as this, whatever challenge that there is, we ought to team up to see what best we can do to overcome the first challenge.
So initially I asked you, after the select committee visited the place and you got the information, what did they share with you? What were some of the pressing issues with this hospital and the needs of the hospital from where you settle the briefing you've received?
Yes, the hospital, I must say, is the oldest hospital in the Savannah region, because from the records that I have, it started somewhere in 1954 when the then Gunja Development Corporation was formed under the Prime Ministerial regime of His Excellency President Kwame Nkrumah. And when they were folding up, they contacted the Diocese of the Catholic Church after they built a clinic and was handling the workers. And you know that there was a workers' brigade which was formed in the canteen area of Damongo, and to which they were attending to their staff. So when they were folding up, then they handed over that to the Catholic Diocese, which also promised to take care of it, and it started there and then. So I'm equally aware that at a point in time, it was regarded as the West Gonja District Hospital. But it was a joint management of the church and the government. I'm sure that time that was how the CHAG was handling that until they properly now even christen it as a St. Anne's Government Hospital. In fact, when I was a DCE for Central Gonja, and that administration, President John Dramani Mahama and Atamos were in charge, there was this Solar Junction Road, and it was regarded as a development corridor. And by that, per the agreement that we had, the government of Ghana had with the African Development Bank, which was the main financiers for the working on the road, they were to put up various facilities along the road where the communities have requested for them, and by the assessment of the need of those communities. So they built up schools as part of the road project. They built up water points and water treatment points. The Fufuso Junction has a water treatment plant which is drawing from the river of Yabe, which is a product of that. And mechanized or hand-dug wells were also put up, and clinics. So when they got to Damongo, there was an opportunity for them to actually build a new facility like a hospital. But because His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has a special interest in the said hospital, indeed, it is also one of the places that they gave birth to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So an almost new set of facilities were put up at the St. Anne's Hospital. And it is in that package that we have several of the structures and even some equipment procured for the operation of that hospital. And that has been a live wire for the hospital up to date. It is true that the old structures, some of which were abandoned, are yet to be put into good shape. But they have some considerable number of facilities. And I think that indeed if there is a demand or need for additional or other modern development facilities or equipment, that when they bring it to the notice, we'll work around to see how best we can give that kind of support. And central government is more than ready and willing to do the same. So after coming to office, I've also gone to say, I've come around, but I've asked for them to come and we'll officially get an engagement. But indeed, they promised coming, but we are yet to actually get that proper briefing and proper engagement. But be as it is, they have shown the interest to come. I'm also ready to receive them. We've not gotten those. So when these issues that came up, I think they saw it as an opportunity to appeal to Parliament, the parliamentary delegation, because at the end of the day, they are those who will be approving whatever government will put in before them for any kind of support to them. And I think that that is a good call, that they were making a request for them to attend to the issues or bring it to attention of the Minister of Health, so it will be complementary. So if indeed the regional minister goes to make a request before the Minister of Health, who is also a member of Parliament, and his colleagues in Parliament are also carrying the same thing to him. And indeed, when he also brings something to the parliamentarians, they are also more than willing to approve, because any money that is supposed to be approved must go through the subcommittee in charge of health for them to vet it and to okay for such approval to be made. So it's a joint enterprise, and we are more than happy to get the feedback as the hospital administration gave to the parliamentary select committee, and we'll also be making further moves to get the best out for the Damongo St. Anne's Hospital.
So
this is the issue.
Is it an assurance from you that you'll be pushing this to the health minister and also the president? I'm much concerned about the fact that it has to get to the president, because we understand that is where he was born, which you have also confirmed.
Yes, it is true that that is the hospital that His Excellency the President was born sometime in 1958. That is the reality of the situation. So he has various plans, and I can say that even the First Lady Lordina, before even he became First Lady for the second time, he has even donated several equipment and facilities to the hospital in honor of the husband, the place of the husband's birth. And I am equally aware, even when we're in opposition, the first family or the first former family then were able to mobilize so much resources and even to build some additional ultra-modern facility for the Bole District Hospital, especially in terms of the maternity ward, and give incubators and many other equipment. And I'm equally aware that some plans are actually afoot for them to do something with regards to this. But indeed, we just don't need their personal issues, but we'll also lobby more for additional, more investment in the third hospital. Possibly, it can give birth to additional presidents in future.
Honorable, so aside from the infrastructure deficits as well as the structural integrity, the medical director also mentioned the challenge of the hospital having to share the same transformer with the community, which is taking a toll on some of their equipment. He mentioned that even this morning they've had a challenge with one of their equipment. So we would appreciate it if you can take a look at that for them as well.
I think that is good. I don't think there is so much an infrastructure deficit, but like Oliver Twist, and comparing the age of that hospital with other areas, they will possibly want much possible University of Ghana Medical Center type of structure to also be supported, which we are happy and ready if indeed we are able to get it to the St. Anne's Hospital. The unique thing about a hospital facility is that no matter the location of a hospital facility, it is for the good of every human being. Because you will never know when you find yourself within that territory and they need to attend to you with an emergency before you can even be airlifted or sent to another facility somewhere. So I actually go for that when administrations are calling for more, and indeed they deserve more, and we must actually work around to get them the more. But with regards to that transformer, it did not come to my attention until they mentioned it to the journalists when the parliamentary delegation visited them. But be as it is, the issue is not a matter of sharing a transformer with another a larger part of the community. It's the capacity of the transformer that will dictate whether it can serve the larger community. There are transformers that can only serve few because of its capacity, but there are also transformers that can even serve a larger community in addition to their facility. So we'll look at the capacity of the transformer that they have. If there's a need to have additional transformer or to upgrade it to another higher capacity transformer, I think that we'll work with my good brother who is the Minister for Energy and departments under him to see how best they can attend to it.
Good one there. Before you go, I want to find out from you, aside the St. Anne's Catholic Hospital that is having an issue in your region, are there other hospitals you are looking at that you bring to the attention of the minister and also the presidency?
That is true. In fact, by the generosity and magnanimity of the President John Mahama's first administration, we're able to get 3 major facilities in Savannah region. That of the Bamboy Polyclinic is a product of his initiative. That of the Sola, and Sola is a nodal town. The Sola District Hospital is part of his initiative. And some of the structures in the Bole District Hospital are part of his initiatives and his achievements. Of course, we have another ultra-modern district hospital for Bupe, which is part of his initiative and his achievement. But we are aware that Salga North, Daboya Mankaro, Daboya to be precise, and that of Salga itself have got challenges. It is true that the exited administration started the Agenda 111 hospitals in Daboya and in Salga North. But Salga South, there was an old hospital which was there, construction got to a certain stage, and which had been abandoned and which had not been attended to as we speak. And all these areas need these facilities. The unique nature of those areas and their location makes it absolutely necessary for them to have that. So we'll work around with the minister, my colleague Minister of Health, to see how best we can get these facilities quickly on board to get to the best that we want to get. And I can tell you, Damongo being a new regional capital and a fast-growing community needs additional infrastructure in the St. Anne's Hospital to be able to have that capacity to accommodate more of the people who will visit there. Of course, we have a policy as a government. In every region, we must have a standard befitting regional hospital. We have earmarked land for the regional hospital, and plans are afoot that we are discussing with several other stakeholders for a regional hospital. It is quite true that it may not start this year, but based on what I've discussed with my colleague and based on the directives of His Excellency the President, I am pretty sure that in the next year or two, we may get the regional hospital, which will start in the Savannah region and Damongo to be precise. But in the interim, the Bole District Hospital is what is earmarked by Ghana Health Service as the regional hospital. So this is what this is the situation as we have it. So it is not really your reporter might have gotten wrong when he described the St. Anne's Hospital as the regional hospital. The Ghana Health Service and the Minister of Health description is the Bole District Hospital, which is actually designated for now in the interim as the regional hospital.
All right, Honorable, thank you so much for making time to speak with us. We appreciate it. So we've been speaking to the Savannah Regional Minister, Salisu B. Awuribe, who's been giving us insights and, of course, making promises that he, together with government, will make sure that some help and relief comes to the hospital, I mean St. Anne's Catholic Hospital, as well as all the other hospitals in the Savannah regions who need help. Yeah. So, Philip,
we try to speak to the authorities because, like I keep saying, the buck stops with leadership. Yeah. So whatever we do, we still need to get the authorities to give some assurances that the issue will be resolved. Like this has been stated by the regional minister, we are hoping that in the few days or few months to come, some positive news will be coming from the government to the St. Anne's Catholic Hospital. I'm so excited about the fact that they are hammering on the fact that the president was born there, and that issue has to be resolved. Like yesterday, we had a good one coming from the World Vision on the water situation. So we are always going to tell your story, expecting that we would get a
empower
change that is needed.
Right. We have some messages coming through. This one is from Chris from Teshi. Chris says, you will go to check, then you find out the money for these things have been assigned, but it's trapped somewhere. My heart goes out to the people of Damongo. This one is from Kweku Denchi from Anomabo. He says, I was just discussing healthcare in Ghana with a colleague of mine yesterday, and he said something that made me think. He said that very soon the grassroots would not be alive to vote for our leaders. Food for thought. Another one from Andy from Nungua says, Mahama cares should make this thing a thing of the past and very fast. This shouldn't be a matter to even be discussed with where Ghana is going. Let's believe and see.
Chantel from Chantine said the minister just say that there's no infrastructure deficit. Did I hear him well? Hey, Honorable, are you sure we are seeing the same things? Unless maybe your definition of infrastructure deficit or ours are the same, because I'm very sure that Ghanaians will beg to differ. And another message coming in said, anyone who has not given birth before would not understand how bad this is. Imagine going to give birth and the room is already full. That is just a source of extra stress waiting to bring problems. I thought we were making progress on these kinds of things. Hey, you would be will be in full labor, and you later hear that there is no bed or room. Question that the texter is asking. So, Jifa, this is it for health sector. We are not done.
You know the interesting thing about these for me, the fact that we are able to talk to the people, the duty bearers, to find answers. And I like that they keep making promises, and we would hold them accountable to their promises when the time is due. Because look, we'll come back to you for answers. We'll follow up on this and make sure that the right thing is done or the results are gotten for the people of Damongo and all the other ones that we've been talking about.
We keep our eyes on most of the health sectors. And we bring all the updates and get the needed response from the duty bearers.
Anyway, it's time to check out our entertainment highlights for the morning. Do stay with us. We'll be right back after that.
Welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komite Kome. Now to our first highlight. Deborah Sairam Adabla, the former National Service personnel who sued her alleged sugar daddy for breach of promise, has been sentenced to 45 days in jail by the Accra High Court for contempt. This case stems from her social media tirades against the judiciary, including direct attacks on presiding judge Justice John Bosco. Her defiance of a court order and accusations of bias led to a bench warrant and subsequent conviction, marking a dramatic twist in her ongoing legal battle with former First Atlantic Bank executive Ernest Kwesi Nimako. Now to our next highlight. Rihanna has confirmed she is expecting her third child with rapper A$AP Rocky during a headline-grabbing appearance at the 2025 Met Gala in New York. The 37-year-old singer and fashion icon revealed her baby bump while arriving last on the red carpet. A$AP Rocky, a co-chair of the event, expressed joy over the news, saying the couple is definitely happy. Known for her dramatic pregnancy reveals, Rihanna follows a tradition of celebrity baby bump debut at the star-studded gala, which this year celebrated black menswear under the theme Super Fine, Tailoring Black Style. Celebrity baby bump debut at the star-studded gala, which this year celebrated black menswear under the theme on Met Gala. Style theme. through striking fashion statements. African stars stole the spotlight, with Burna Boy and Oswald Boateng, Tyler as a host committee member, and Ara Star making her debut. Thames, Lupita Nyong'o, and Kaby Lame delivered bold theme-aligned looks, while Ghanaian chef Kwame Onwachi and designer Jude Donto proudly represented the continent. Their presence highlighted Africa's global fashion influence and cultural brilliance on one of the world's most watched red carpets. Now to our next highlight. Former NFL star and sports broadcaster Shannon Sharpe is facing serious allegations from ex-girlfriend Michelle Bundy Evans, who accuses him of sexual assault, intimidation, and defamation. Evans claims that abuse occurred during a long-term relationship in 2010 and that she was harassed into withdrawing an earlier restraining order. She now alleges Sharpe used his platform to smear her character and leak private information. Sharpe denies all allegations, calling them baseless. The controversy has led to his temporary departure from ESPN amid mounting scrutiny, including claims from another woman. Now let's take a look at Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
Number 10. Now give me composure. What money can do, more money can do. Hey, now your papa money.
Number 9.
Mame ya kwete jika kra minienti me mani wana huwa brati me hune sami wana me gawi ni menye sicha na kabano.
Number 8. Number 7.
Excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Number 6.
It's too late. You lost a good one. My LB.
Number 5.
Baby, my taste. Got a bomb, baby, my taste. Look at that face. Look at that bomb, look at that waist. What a bomb, baby, my taste.
Number 4.
I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire,
Number
can't
3.
Another love and lost on this side. She was an angel, more than an angel. I know go on you, heaven knows the girl I did to you. But spoon some holding, so she's
Number 2.
Take it to the max. Take it to the max. Please just rewind. Let me take it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them I watch a match. Yeah, anything is them girl.
That I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And this is how we end today's session of Entertainment Highlight on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komite Kome.
Right, so that was our entertainment highlight brought to us by Ni Komite Kome. But all too soon, this brings us to the end of this morning's edition of Breakfast Daily. I have enjoyed myself so much because to some extent we've gotten response for the issues that we brought to you, our viewers, and also we've been able to make headway with some of them. And as I said earlier on before we went on the entertainment highlight, we'll be keeping our eyes keenly on these issues to make sure that some result or some help comes to the people as soon as possible. And to you watching as well, if you have seen any issue in your community, together let's be citizens and not spectators. Do send us a WhatsApp message, log on to our social media as well, and send us a DM. The WhatsApp number is 020 444-7033, 020-444-7033. On social media, you can find us everywhere, Channel 1 TVGH. Send us a message. Tell us about that issue in your community or in a friend's community that you think we need to bring to light, and we'll be there to make sure that we find answers together and make Ghana a better place for all of us. Philip.
Before we go, I want to say happy birthday to Enosa, for the lady who brought us the Renal unit story shutting down. And she's in the city newsroom, astute reporter, astute newscaster, among other things. So happy birthday to Enosa for more wins and more money, more blessings, more favor.
Happy birthday,
that's
Eno.
it for today.
Yes.
My name is Philip Nilate.
My name is Jifa Kedi Akoto. We'll see you tomorrow, same time at 7 a.m. But until then, do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
All right, good evening, and you are very welcome to the Friends and Family Show. This evening, we're about to talk about something that's very sensitive. But here's what. Hold on one second. We're coming to you live from our studio here at Channel 1 at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tessano. My super special name is Noyo Kwote. This evening, we're getting personal. We're going to get a bit emotional. We'll be happy. But that's because on this show, we show our emotions. We bring out everything that we're supposed to bring out. Every feeling that we're supposed to bring it out. On times that we have to be extremely happy, we do so. The show is super interactive, and you can be part of it. I'd want for you to send me messages when you have to. If you have to contribute to what we're talking about, you're free to do so. We're talking about this. My stepmother treated me really wrong or really bad. What now? How should I deal with it? You know, it's quite sensitive, right? There are some families that do have these kind of relationships. We're getting into that tonight. You're very welcome one more time to that favorite show, the Friends and Family Show. We'll be right back.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
All right, welcome back to the Friends and Family Show live on Channel 1 TV. We're coming to you from our studios on number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. My name is Norio Korte, and tonight we're talking about stepmothers. Well, my stepmother didn't treat me right. What now? How should I maintain the relationship? What does she want from me? What should we do? How should I handle this now that I'm grown? Well, you can be part of the show, and this minute I have two wonderful people in the studio who are joining me to have this conversation. To my right, I have Michael Anot-Tinkran. You're very welcome. Thank you. He is a procurement professional. And then the lady is Miss Deborah Mensah, who's a lecturer. Yeah. Right. You're very welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
We're talking about stepmothers tonight.
Okay.
There are lots of settings that have, stepmothers. Okay. And we have, my stepmother always hated me. Now what? Yeah, when I was growing up, my stepmother hated me. How am I going to handle this? First of all, I'm going to ask, do you have a stepmother? Did you grow up in that family?
No.
No. Do you have a stepmother?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, so we can get a bit personal.
Oh, yes.
No or yes?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So then, first of all, let me just ask you, how's like a family with stepmothers or probably a step-parent? How's it like? Okay. Are you comfortable? You know, in the beginning, I know nobody's going to ask you when there's another person is coming. Nobody's going to ask you how you feel about it. Mm-hmm. But then definitely you realize that as time goes on, then there's a step parent. Yes. How do you handle that? Like, how's the setting like?
Okay, so with my personal experience, I grew up having them around already. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So my mother wasn't in the family, wasn't in the home. Yeah, when I grew up. So I ended up staying with my stepmothers for a while before I came to stay with my mother. So when I was staying with my stepmother, being around her, it was interesting.
When you say interesting?
I would say interesting because it came with a lot of mixed feelings. You know, sometimes you are okay, sometimes you are happy, other times you are sad. Sometimes you wished your mother was around. Other times you feel like, okay, well, you came to meet it there. So, you have to endure and enjoy. When there's enjoyment, you enjoy. When there's endurance, you endure.
Right.
So that's how it is. But, I see that in the Ghanaian family system, actually, you see a lot of step families. Yeah, and my family is not, an exemption. For example, my dad had another wife. And before I knew it, there was another wife.
Hello.
Yeah.
So making 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I had the opportunity, I call it an opportunity, to stay with both of them.
Right.
Yeah, so I stayed with stepmother 1, and then I stayed with stepmother 2.
Okay.
And there were, some similarities and differences, but that would be on another talk.
Right.
It was very interesting.
Okay. Have you ever experienced that, or do you know any family members who probably cousins?
I know of friends who have been in such situations where some were actually used to even sell water, whilst the other kids in the family, the woman's kids, were schooling. Some situations like that.
No, okay.
All right.
The original
man's child.
Okay. With her.
With her.
Okay.
All right. Who was schooling. All right.
And then the other
stepchild in the family was out there selling pure water.
So where was he or she mother?
Oh,
No,
his mother was dead.
Oh, right. But that's not fair.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think that child had to go to more like, say, a Saito school, whilst the others were enjoying the preparatory school and all that. So.
Wow. Okay, so you know, definitely there are families who have step parents who are nice. What do you think that the percentage is going to be like you know, in this kind of setting? Do you think that we have much more nicer stepmothers than we know of the wicked ones? Do you think that what's the ratio like?
In my opinion, I think I would do 40 for the good one, 60 for the bad one.
Really?
I mean, from the experiences, things I've heard from people, experience and all that, I think ideally 40 for the good ones, 60 for the bad ones. Maybe she has a different opinion though.
Well, I think so. I would agree with him.
Okay.
Because, you know, being or staying with a stepmother or a step child, there's always this innate, you know, this natural feeling of being nice to your biological child.
But why is that?
You know, it's
well, anyway, it still
really
doesn't debunk
natural.
the statement. People say that Shema meant to say one kasa.
Exactly.
You know, that's to say that taking care of yours or someone taking care of someone, asking someone to take care of it for you. It's not like you take care of it by yourself.
Yeah.
That's to say that probably you would rather take care of what belongs to you much more better than what belongs to somebody else. But I don't think it's right.
It's always a natural pull.
You think it's a natural thing, like you're
suppose
directly
you have your biological child here, and then you have your stepchild here. I mean, you would always be drawn towards your own child and maybe your stepchild secondary. You know, no matter how much you love your...
let's say that we can't ratio the love like that. We can't distribute the love 100 sometimes. I know people say that, oh, I love you just the way I love myself. But there's something small that you get, like, I don't know, especially if there's a little bit of resentment from the other person's probably parents or relation or something. It makes it a bit difficult. But anyway, let's do this. So is it fair to judge the stepmother forever by how they treated you if you've gone through that? Okay? That time where like you've gone through the scrubbing, the beating, the
hawking.
Yeah, all the painful things that you can't talk about when you're like probably little. Is it fair to hold on to it now that you're grown?
Well, so let me come in this way.
Right.
I think if you say fair, it's in what context, all right? Basically in the sense that growing up with a stepmother, if my stepmother happens to be hard on me, all right, two things. Either it's hardening me in a way or it's making me timid.
Okay.
All right, so depending on however I was treated, I think I'm going to grow in such way, and I mean, I don't know how to put it, but
right, I get what you're saying. So you're trying to say that it depends on how you come out of it.
Exactly.
That's going to determine if you're letting it go or you're still holding on to it.
Exactly.
Right. What do you think?
Well, I think basically you shouldn't. I think you shouldn't really hold a grudge against her, you know, forever. And you can judge the act.
Okay.
Right? You can judge the act, but don't judge the person. Because, you know, if you really want to heal, there's need for you to speak out the truth. And that's judging the act. Judging the act that, well, she treated me badly and this isn't right. You have to acknowledge that is judging the act. But you can't judge the person, well, because change happens. Growth happens. And for instance, a bad stepmother may treat you because of her own experiences, immaturity, what she may be going through with your father, she's not saying or she's not speaking out. You know, a lot goes on. So maybe you face the consequence of all those secret things.
But that's not my fault.
It is not fair. It is not right. But that's what's happening. And she would grow out of it eventually.
Till when?
Oh, growth comes and change happens. You get it.
Hey, it's hard though.
But I don't.
It's really hard. It's hard.
I mean,
but
for
you
me,
can't forever hold her against what she did. Because, for example, in my own experience, I see a lot of growth. You know, and my relationship with my own stepmother, I see a lot of growth.
Okay.
The relationship we had in the past is way different from how we relate now. Yes. And I see that it's because she's more mature, she understands things better. And even personally, I feel like I'm more mature to handle things. The stuff I used to think about, oh, this person, maybe she doesn't like me. Or maybe she likes me so much. But then I grew out of it and I realized that, no, it's not like she really likes me like that. But, you know, situations, maybe she was doing that to win some favors from this person. Or I also grew up to realize that, okay, so she was treating me like that, not because she didn't like me, but because maybe she wasn't also receiving what she wanted from the source. So like I happened to face the consequence. You get...
No, you can't use me as bait for me, so I'm somebody's child. You can't
exactly the point I was
coming to. You can't use me as bait.
I know, I know.
You can't use me as
happens
bait.
a lot. That's what actually determines how they relate. They see you in a certain way. You know, so if they see you as a bait to win their husband's heart, they would love you, they would cherish you and all of that. But if they see you as a threat, that's where the danger is. Exactly. So you end up, you know. Okay, so
when step parents actually, okay, I know that we put the topic on as my stepmother treated me. So let's go a bit diverse right now. Let me just coin the question in a way that, what if both parents, whoever treated you whichever way, comes to ask for forgiveness? Would you forgive and forget? Or you forgive and leave the forget hanging?
If you ask me, I would say I would forgive, in the sense that that's my father's wife, ideally. Okay. So I'm forgiving her as a mother, but not forgetting the whole story.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite difficult to forget, because there are wounds, and I don't think it takes a day to, I mean, come on, heal. It's not going to happen. It will be difficult. On my part, it will be very difficult to forget.
You can't
but
forget.
I can really forgive.
I don't think it's really easy to forget stuff.
Yes, I agree.
So unless, of course, we go biblical.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can't forget. I don't think that they're scars, they're scenes. I said now, we still remember things that we did probably in primary school. What a teacher said, what people actually did. Sometimes you still remember. And even remember the funny statements that people make along the way. So I don't think that certain actions can be forgotten. I can choose in my heart to forgive you, but say, I would say that when I see you, I remember some of the things that you did to me. Like.
Well, I think I agree that forgetting is very difficult. Yes, to forget about all of these things takes a lot of grace. Yes, you actually should pray for grace to forget all of these things, because it's not easy. Sometimes the actions might have affected your future. The experiences in the past, they may have affected your future, and you cannot just forget about it because you keep facing everything.
Right.
Yes, so for forgiveness, you can't just tell somebody like, oh, forgive and forget, just like the saying goes. You can forgive biblically. I mean, Luke chapter 6 says you should forgive, you know.
so then, with the whole forgiveness.
So forgive, but the forgetting, it's a process. It's a deliberate action too on your path.
Right.
You have to make it deliberate.
But see, when you say forgive,
and pray for grace.
When you say forget, right? Forget as in, imagine I have a stepmother, all right, who has taken me through a lot of things, made me some kind of timid guy, affect my academics and all that. I turn out to be, I mean, a wayward guy.
A dropout.
A dropout. You think I'm going to be happy seeing her? I can forget about what she has done to me? It's not possible.
It'll be hard to forget.
It'll be very hard to forget.
Yeah, so that was what I was saying, that you see, sometimes what they did to you or their actions may affect your own future. So if they didn't, you know, influence your dropout, you wouldn't have been a dropout. Maybe you'd be a doctor. But because maybe they influence your dad, or don't pay her fees, like the fees are only for my children. So you became a dropout. Because you're a dropout, you can't easily forget, because in fact, presently you are a dropout. You can't forget. You are in the situation, you know, but it takes grace and it takes, you know, deliberate action. It should be deliberate on your path to forgive. It is not easy. I must confess that. It's
I know.
not easy.
I for that day, I'm on it 100%. But now here's what. Do you maintain relationship with your stepmother when you know very well the things that you have been through? Do you cut them loose when it's time for you to go away? or like, you know, you're out now, you have a little family, or everything is okay, like you moved away. Do you maintain that relationship, or you cut them loose?
Okay, it's here and there. So I would say that you don't cut them loose just like that.
Okay.
Yes, try in your possible best to maintain relationship because she's part of the family. Whatever be the case, she's part of, like, she's a mother. It's only the step that's attached.
I think that's really easy to say these things.
Yes, you know, I have an experience.
Yeah, it's really easy to say.
You saying, oh, it's so easy. It's not that easy.
No, it's not easy.
Not, because
I agree.
No, Debbie, you have, let's say you have a stepmother. As I said, you have a stepmother, all right? Then there's nothing like so much love I'm getting from this woman. I grew up and I have to just
fend for myself.
Do
things for myself. Why am I hanging around?
I'm only going to keep a relationship. I'm only going to keep a relationship when my father is alive, just to keep my father happy because that's his wife. You understand?
Right.
But as long as my father is no more, I don't think I have anything to do with her. There's no relation. We have no ties.
Well, I don't think that keeping the relationship, it'll be hard.
I know, it's very hard.
Yeah, because anytime you see this person, you just remember all that ordeals. You will just remember everything that you have been through.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
and more
true.
for the fact that it was of no fault of yours. Like, you're just an innocent child. You're being put through it for years. It actually dents you, or probably puts a mark on you. You know, it gets a bit difficult at some point. I don't think that the relationship,
I know. I know.
It would do anything to me. Yeah, because when we're living together, I don't think that we have that relationship enough for us to be in the state that we were in. So that's my view.
Exactly.
Once I'm out, I cut you loose. Yeah, I think I should cut you loose. Because what again are you coming to tell me? When now that I have probably done well for myself.
Okay.
And on the other hand, your kids are not doing too well.
Exactly. So you're coming in because of what I have now.
Now I'm good.
I get it.
You get what I'm saying?
And you know, it makes so much sense. It's very logical to have that stance. You would want to cut the person off, you know, and just be free and all of that. But you know, I want to approach this on, you know,
biblical,
from the lens of love.
Sister.
But it's not easy. I would always say that it's not easy, but you have to look at it from the point of, you know, the lens of love. You know, if you want to, maybe she may be in need, maybe she's in need, or you may never know at what point you need her. Okay, let me give you an instance.
I needed her when I was little.
Thank you. Not that I'm going
out. I know.
I mean, perhaps now I have maybe now I have a partner who's even making me happy in life. Why would I think of my stepmother?
Right, or a friend who's even way better.
Exactly.
To err is human.
Yeah.
To err is human. So you know.
To forgive is something
divine.
No.
You know. So just approach it from the point of love. Okay, just love her enough to try maintaining relationship. You can't force it. You know, there's this saying that peace abounds where grace is mutual. So when she's, you know, it's mutual. She herself also wants to come back, make amends. It becomes very easy and there's
why
peace.
is she coming back in the
But
first
when
place?
she's there, and usually one thing I observed is that because they are older, it's quite difficult for them to approach you. Or to, I think it's just because of our Ghanaian culture. The older ones always find it difficult to say, I'm sorry for all that I did to you while you were young and all of that. But you know,
do they ever apologize to children?
You know,
no. That's like, you know, on the side. Do parents or older people apologize to children?
In Ghana,
but I think that
it's not something we do here.
Oh, well, I think things are changing.
Things
are changing now.
You know, things are changing.
Yeah, but
like I will scream at my children, and then later on I go and say, "Mommy wasn't in a good mood. Like, forgive me." Blah blah blah. But their children, they. You know, they just move out of it like that. The next time they're coming back to do you harm because, like, you know, they're coming back to stress you again. You know, but then I think we're getting into the space where parents are beginning to apologize to their parents. Okay, we'll take one message, and this is quite interesting. It actually caught my attention. So some stepmothers are very good. They treat the children well. Unfortunately, my mother was worse than a stepmother. Ooh. So when my daddy's side chick came into the scene, we were happy because she treated us very special. And this is from Kojo in Ashalibuche.
Wow.
I don't know what circumstance. I don't know what circumstance will actually make a mother treat the
child.
Yeah.
Nah, I think there are issues like that. It's just like, you know, a mother giving birth and trying to say, I don't want this child. Like, I want to throw this child away. I don't want this child.
But sometimes I think in that frame is because of the postpartum depression. When parents, like mothers, actually go through that space and they actually don't have help coming out of it.
Yeah.
I think at that point is when they feel like, you know, after all the baby bum taking pictures and 6 months gone, 9 months gone. Now the baby is here. Me and you buy something like we could check. You see, now so all other time, like the baby is out.
You know.
And you're like, so all the pee, this is it. So that's when, like, you know, the depression sets in, or probably there's nobody around to help. You know, probably the baby's daddy is not around, or he's around, but he's out there. You know, that's when I think that's when it puts mothers in that, state. But after that, I don't know if mothers actually get out of it. Depression. I've had 3 kids. Okay, I have 3 kids. And I think that my depression from my first son actually went on to my second, to my third, till I actually decided, like, you know, to now settle down and find help for it. You know, because I'm a bosso. You get it? Like, my first and second is just a year. So it's like, okay, right then you're nurturing a baby and you're pregnant again. There's so much pressure. You don't get to take care of yourself. And then there's another one who's added her own depression on top like that. Then the third one to come. So at some point, you're like, you know, it's jamming up in your head. I think it's still not a good ground for you to say that I don't want my children.
Exactly. But, you know, I think there's this nature in some people. Some people are naturally like that. Like, they just don't love. They find it difficult to love.
With all the push.
Yeah, so they find it difficult to love. Imagine your very own. Not that the child is still young and probably you are trying or you're struggling to clean his bath. You are trying to, you know, get all of this. But the child is old. In actual fact, the child can help you, you know, few chores and all of that. But for you to extend hatred despite that,
and so that they'll want another person to take care of them. That's serious.
Yeah, that's serious. So it's like a nature. And, you know, if we are going to biblical terms, it's like the old nature. Yeah, the old nature within, but like, it just doesn't love. It's not able to love. So such cases are there. And you'd even compare and see that, well, your stepmother is loving you more than your mother. It's a very serious case.
But then, Debbie, you know what? It's more likely for a stepmother to love you because when they are winning their way into the family, and it's through you, all right? So you can have a stepmother who you might think might love you better than your mom. Because if I have a mother, or my mother, for the loves me, and she's not going to do anything so unique to drag more love more attention for me. That's my mom. But then a stepmother out there would happen to try, I said, I'll help to pay the fees, I'll help to do this. So they keep giving you stuff. You think they love you. They're just finding a way into the heart of your father.
I agree. I agree with you. I had an experience.
Thank you.
Okay, share it.
You know, I went to my secondary school. I went to Mary's, right? And my mother, it happened that my mother didn't frequently visit me, my biological mother. She didn't visit me frequently during visitings. You see people's parents around and all of that. But I had this particular stepmother who kept, you know, visited. And even, I think during reopening, she helped me pack my trunk, my stuff into my room.
So my stepmother
she loves me so much.
3 points over there.
You know, and all of that. And I think she won 3 points. Like,
she won?
She won it, yes.
From you or
my
from
dad?
Daddy?
Yes.
Did he buy a house? Or what's a Range Rover?
Maybe something like that, something close to that, you know, she got something, you know. So I saw it and I was like, oh wow. At a point, you know, let me just confess this. At a point I felt like, I wish this one was my mother, my biological mother. You know, but growing up I realized I've always been thankful for my mom, my biological mom. Your biological mom is
your mother.
It's your mother.
Yeah.
Exactly. I can't be grateful to God enough for my biological mother. You know, but these things happen where they try to win their way, you know, through you into the family so that you can accept them. And, you know, I think she also observed that, okay, my dad really loved his children. So for him to kind of give you more attention, you must also exactly.
Right.
And she took the right step.
Yeah.
Right. So there's another message here. It's actually going to make us do a U-turn to the forgiveness part. So, what if I forgive her and she hurts me again? Right. I've worked too hard to heal. So that's what I'm saying. The minute you walk out, create that barrier and blank the people out. It's like, I don't see why she's coming into your space. If she had anything good to offer, she would have offered it when I was innocent and I wasn't able to think for myself and I needed that help. I don't see why you're in my life now that I can do things by myself. Do you get?
I think creating the barrier protects you.
Yeah, create the barrier to protect you.
See, I agree with you. Protecting your heart, even guarding your heart, it's part of this thing. You have to guard your heart, guard your emotions and all of that. But let's love lead.
The love is there. The love there will show you. But I will say, make you no enter my house. The what I'm saying is don't enter my lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't enter my. When I put police, this is the
barrier.
Thank you.
Barricade.
You don't have to cross.
Exactly.
Okay.
I can wave you from where I am. That is nice.
Yes, sometimes.
That's it's the reason why I'm saying I would love you as my stepmother.
Yeah.
My father's wife.
But stay where you are.
I mean, we don't have any ties. There's nothing that ties us together.
I get it. I get your point. Sometimes just for your own peace.
Yes.
You just want the person to
because
stay
now she's
away.
going to be nice and come in. And then, like, you know, the two-edged, what's it called? Face or two-edged sword. Sword.
Yes,
maybe sword first, not short. What I'm saying is
yours was rather wrong.
You know, it's like a dagger. I mean, anyway.
I get the point. I get the point. So sometimes you have to create the gap. Yes, for your own peace, for your own emotional health, you have to create the barrier.
Okay.
But always take note that like there should be love.
The love will be there, but at this point we are creating barrier. So now that we are going to get our things to close the entrance, we'll go for a break. You're still on the Friends and Family Show. When we come back, we'll see if we uplift the barrier, we'll stay there. Okay, 1 more minute.
Mido, you're not Biana. I'm going to you have a bit soon. If you're not part, I just say, baby, shit. Mangashi.
Junior!
I'm saying so enough for maybe the no.
Sister Cospa, it's a winning gas.
I'm using the why. My wife.
Down Yankanawa.
Sister Cos. Use gas. Gas ye fast, ye easy, ye convenient. And wow.
LPG, let me see your hand. Ooh, I got
All right, you're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show. We're coming to you live from Channel 1 TV at number 5 Ola Hanson Lane. My name is Noyo Quarter. This evening, we're talking about stepmothers. Well, my stepmother actually treated me really bad. Now what? Does she want to be in my space? Do I keep her in my space? Do I continue creating that barrier? Do I have to draw her to me? Probably she's changed. Probably she's still going to stab me in the back. How are we dealing with this? Tonight, send all your messages and then let's get into this conversation because I know very well that the Let's Love lead is not going to work tonight. But probably at the end of the show, we'll know if our hearts are going to be big enough to still keep them in there, but probably not keep them that close. Okay, so before we went for the break, we're talking about if we bring them back into our space. we're scared that, because that's the message we received.
Yes.
We're scared that probably they're going to, hurt us again, because we've gone through too much, and then we've taken quite a long time to heal. I'm not going to go back to that space where, I'm going to feel that hurt or pain from this particular person again. Are we still creating a barrier, or we are letting love lead?
I think the barrier has to be closed.
The barrier has to be there.
Yeah.
So let's vote. Yeah. Let's vote now.
Yeah, I agree.
Barrier. So 3. Yeah. We are sorted.
Thank you.
Eyes have
No, Papa, it has to be guarded.
No, please let us know what side you're on.
Not full barrier that you
can't have
closing everything.
The possibility of she hurting you again is still there.
It's still there.
It's there.
So
it's
you need
there.
to be careful giving it all. So as I'm saying, I would forgive you, but I would never forget about you. I'm going to create a barrier between you and I.
Thank you.
We can be together.
By being together, it wouldn't happen. You are guarding your hearts, you are guarding your emotions. But then, like I said, not totally such a way that you see the person and you just pass by and all of that. So be nice to the person, be kind to the person, but guard your hearts.
So
don't let your heart cross that barrier so that you would be hurt again and will affect other things.
I want to come in somewhere.
Especially when it takes a longer time to heal and forget about all of these.
So if it's taking long, what is she doing inside? Because it's taking long for me to heal.
Exactly.
Sometimes even the person's presence alone is going to walk you down memory lane. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
You're forgiven. But sometimes the minute you see the person, it flashes. So just cut them loose.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. The way life is, if we are able to predict the future, we'll simply say, okay, yes, just cut the person. You may never need the person. You don't want to have anything to do with the person, but you don't know the future.
That's true.
But I think I can tell the future from the past.
No, not always.
In the case of a stepmother who has, hated me from childhood. Now growing up, you think I can't tell the future?
No, because
you think there's a high possibility that is going to repeat itself.
Change happens, growth happens. Change happens, growth happens.
Hey, are you an evangelist? Because I understand.
Sometimes there may even be witches or wizards trying to manipulate things. Let's go the other way and all of that. But they change, they repent. So when you create the barrier,
they say which cry if you repent, small than it.
Small than like that, right? If there's no forgiveness like that, if there's no other chance, you don't create the possibility of repentance and transformation.
All right.
So give them the opportunity to
This is what I want us to talk about. Usually we're actually talking about stepmothers.
Yeah.
And there's not much a high percentage of living with your stepmother without your father being in the picture. Usually they're there until they're not.
Yeah.
Right, because they would have to bring them in, or you would just grow up into it. They're usually there. Now this is it. How do you deal with the father who is present and saw you go through all the things that you went through with your stepmother? How do you handle your father?
The father.
Yes.
Wow.
How do you handle him? Because even without being having a stepmother, even with your own mom, when they do you he's small. You look at your father's face, you don't see. You get, you're crying for your dad to rescue you, or your mother's chasing you with they never miss. Shout outs to all mothers, actually. They never miss. Like their slippers and the broom. It's like a boomerang. Whatever you do it to hook you at some point. When you're running around, your mother's chasing you and all of that, you're always screaming for help from your dad. So what happens in this situation where this man is there, but all of these things are happening under the same roof? How do you handle the dad?
It's quite tough. So with your father being there and all this happening to you, I am of the opinion that I don't know how to put it.
He equally doesn't like me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't want to put that way, but then
he equally doesn't like me.
It's easy to conclude that way. It's very easy because I've had an experience like that where I felt I felt like my dad should take my side, okay, because I'm from your loins, like I'm your blood. You should take my side, but it didn't really happen like that.
So don't you think your father loves the woman than he loves you?
There was at a point I started thinking that way, but that's also his wife. He's supposed to love his wife.
Oh, but not
You know
love
what I mean, but not
So,
Okay.
yeah, yes, love me as well. But you know, the Bible didn't say love your children, bring up your child, right? But love your wife. So his love is to his wife, but to bring me up godly, in a godly way. So, well, you see, the point is, at a point I felt like, okay, this man is like he's tuned, he's just going with his wife, and me, I'm somewhere, he doesn't really love me like that. But then now I took myself back and I was like, okay, so what do I do now? I was like, okay, well, what I'm supposed to do as a child is to honor my father. Honoring him doesn't mean I agree with whatever he's doing. Honoring means just respect his decision. He's the head. You can't do
the
anything.
respect that will give you, but the that you will get.
You get it behind the scenes.
But it's the move that will make it this.
No, it's not the who don't know it is us.
Yeah.
That's why I continue to tie. You know. Or probably when he's going for walk, we'll ball catapult.
Washing at that there and all that.
No, sometimes it's pain. It's pain that is acting this way. You know, you don't know how to bring it all out. You know, because you can't go and stand in front of your dad and do tobe.
No,
you can't do that.
Don't do it when you have a job.
You
have left his home.
Yes, but under the canopy,
that cannot happen.
You can't do that because you're either going on food, school fees dates, you get. And that good morning that she will give, I don't take what you for saying good morning, it will shock you. You get. We can't do that, but how do we handle them? Do we still hold on to that pain? Because it goes a long way.
It does.
Like, let's say for an example, I being a daddy's girl, because I was really drawn to my dad more than I was drawn to my mom. So let's say now my mom is actually doing me hi. My dad is looking on. You know? Like, you know, there's some kind of anger that's going to come. But again, if they draw you close and they go like, you know, mommy is just trying to, that actually soothes you a little. But if you're not getting that at all, you're like 2 = 1. The two of you, I and my father, you and your wife. Thank you. You know, but again, I don't know how you're going to handle that.
Yeah, handling it. I think as a child,
you just let it go.
Just let it go. Because you are going to be hurt continually. You know, when you keep that grudge, first of all, you are going to get hurt. Yes. If you keep it, you would be the one to, you wouldn't be able to eat well. You are not able to be sound, like, because you have a grudge against somebody. You know, it affects you first. Your heart is not clean, like you hold something against somebody. So just let it go. It is difficult. So. It is difficult. And in such situations, you know, it's difficult to advise, but all you need to do is just pray for grace. It's difficult to...
But, you know, it really hurts to have a father in the house.
Yes.
And then there's this stepmother you have who treats you anyhow. Your father comes home and he's not really talking about the whole issue. He just goes to bed. He wakes up the next morning, then he just snaps you and goes. But when I come back, we'll talk, then he never talks to you. It hurts. Yeah. So ideally, I think it's going to be difficult. It's a difficult decision. It's very difficult to talk about.
Yes.
Okay, so me personally, like, let me just share a personal experience. So I grew up in a home where, like I was saying, I was really drawn to my dad. Not too drawn to my mom because she was the ha all the time. You know, when you're growing up, you don't actually understand when they are in that state until you become a mother, right? So I held on to a lot of pain towards my dad because, like, some of the times he wasn't coming through for me. On days that I'm expecting, that's like, you know, say something, you know, he's not saying. So I held on to that for a very long time till I was grown. I didn't understand it. So when it was time for me to, like, you know, now let it go, and then, like, you know, I'm now understanding that, look, it was a tough situation also for my dad, because you can't take the side of a child when they're in front of the woman.
Yeah.
You can only go and talk to her behind closed doors. You can't reprimand actually my mother in front of me. Where's the respect going to come from the next time?
That's true.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I didn't see that all that was happening behind closed doors. And I was holding on to the fact that my dad wasn't up for me. The time that I realized that, oh, he was doing this behind closed doors, and you get? Yeah, so it gets very difficult. You know, parents can't really express. But during the last days, he kept saying, oh, you're my favorite child. I did this and that and that and that. But then there was no time left for me to say, okay, now, I'm out of it. Yeah. Now I want to buy you the shoe that you wanted. You get, now I want to go see the movies with you like you had wanted, that I was always clocking because I still had that pain that you didn't come through for my guy day or day, make a day, my day. You get. So sometimes I think that we need to release it a little bit because you don't know what the future holds.
Exactly.
You can forgive them. I'm talking about the dad too, not the ones that do me their haircuts.
Thank you.
I'm talking about the dads. You can forgive them because they can't do it in front of you. You don't know what's happening when they go to the room to, have a conversation. Sometimes the lighter part will give to the dads. You get, we'll embrace you and all of that. Sometimes it's hard.
It's hard, but sometimes they do it behind our backs, just like you're
not
saying.
Seeing it, we're not seeing it. The time that we realized that, okay, they were actually on our sides because they can't do it in front of mommy. Like say, hey, I don't remember. The next time when you are not there, the quote you receive.
But sometimes some facial expression will say you are thinking about the child.
No, but they can't do that when the woman is there. When you're away, they can say that, mommy is being mommy.
Exactly.
They can tell you that, but they can't tell you that
in front of
mommy.
No.
You understand?
Yes.
We'll give it up to the dad. Sometimes they do a good job.
Well. They do well.
Shout out to Mr. Quarter Man. Anyway, we've got some messages. Let's take them real quick. Hello, Noyo. My stepmother always treated her kids better than me. I used to cry myself to sleep. Now she wants a seat at my wedding. Let her come and see her eyes. You didn't turn out bad.
My wedding.
Yeah, let her come.
Well, I don't think you have to come for my wedding.
Why? That's too extreme.
Michael, that's hard.
Yeah,
okay,
that's hard.
In a situation where I have a mama who is alive.
Yeah, but there are plenty of seats there.
No, you can't. You don't have to be there. We don't have anything to do. You don't have to be there. My mama is alive, and you the stepmother who treated me bad is coming for my wedding.
No, but you have to come and see what the Lord has done in your life.
The Lord has done for me, not for
Hallelujah.
No. For me, I think, seriously speaking, I don't think you should come for my wedding. It's not right to me. Especially when my mom is alive. No, you don't have to come.
Oh, I don't think they're very, very petty.
I'm not being petty. This is being real. I live with my stepmother. You didn't treat me fairly, all right? Now I'm grown, make a worry. Then you take a seat. I want to come for your wedding. To do what? Why are you going to even sit in the first place?
But you will give her the seat.
Yes,
even if you don't want her to sit in front. Where,
so is she going to sit with my father or going to sit with my mother?
She's a guest.
She's a guest?
Yeah.
Okay. But then I still don't think I need my stepmother anyway.
No, but you have to take your pettiness to the next level.
No, so
your pettiness is on the ground level. Let me show you proper pettiness. Let her come. The Cassandra, that's what happened on the ground floor.
My enemies cannot even come and witness with the indicator. You have to see it on video.
No, but he prepares a table before you in the presence
of your enemies.
Behind the screens.
You know, guys, we have some dance. The dance, that's how dance your area.
But I mean, from my opinion, I don't think you are allowed to come.
Come on.
That's really
anyway,
petty.
More messages. Ambassador Royal is the name. Hi, Ambassador. I love the lady's way of expressions on the issues. Do not carry negative burden with you because of the past. I have faced several challenges when it comes to parents who step in instead of your mom or let's say an auntie. It was not a good record to behold, but I take care of her and my cousins as best as I could.
Yeah.
But you see, forgetting the past is like forgetting history.
Yeah.
And when that happens, advice becomes a problem in the future.
That's true.
So both sides.
Yeah,
okay?
That's
and then this one says, my name is Ben from Tema. Hi, Ben. Why do you think stepmothers are always bad? There are good stepmothers who treat their stepchildren very good. Not to sway away from that. We're just trying to, be on one side. We're not entirely saying that all stepmothers are bad. We're only trying to focus on a particular question that we decided to discuss. Okay, so hello Noyo. My stepmother always treated her kids better than me. I used to cry myself to sleep. Okay, I read that. My mom gave birth to 8 children and she treated 6 of us very bad. She was intentional about it. Fortunately, we excelled in school and got good jobs. Before she died, she said she wanted to be buried in a private cemetery. And I said, no way, in capital letters and exclamation mark. I even didn't attend her funeral. Oshe, this is Kojo Shalom Oshe. I second.
Hey, Kojo.
With my 2 hands and my 2 feet. I second.
So Kojo has my view.
No. Yeah. Oh, no, but where's the money that is going to bury you in a private cemetery?
Anyways.
Get money or where?
Well.
With whose money?
Well, I agree. I mean, to waste the money, it becomes a waste.
She deserves a bus.
No, she just wants to finish you poso before she goes.
But not attending the funeral at all is also something. I mean,
no, but Debbie, I don't know, but your thinking is different, all right?
I don't think so.
My wedding, you're not coming. Talk less of the funeral.
Michael, he said he didn't attend the funeral.
Wow. Of course, I wouldn't attend your funeral.
Yeah, that's really intentional because he's saying that she was intentional, right?
So the funeral and then the wedding, which one is more?
There's one thing that I want to.
No, the funeral and the wedding, which one is more bad?
The funeral will not be painful like that because she can't see that you are not there.
But that says a lot. Hey, mommy, we can't even go.
It doesn't mean anything.
That's
to
a bad
you.
case. But if you say that the wedding all back and people come and they're holding souvenirs.
She should assume she traveled. That's it.
Come on, you're petty.
It's even going to hurt me when she walks in my father. Hey, Charlie.
It's true. I see that scenario.
It's nothing.
Let me say something though.
Let's just let it go.
I attended a wedding like that where the stepmom was sitting right by the father. The stepmom and the father were in the same cloth.
Oh.
All right? Your friend, I said, I met Jabba. Like I know. Then the mother was actually in a different cloth. So what picture are we painting here?
So the mother still Mrs.?
Yeah, the mother is not Mrs.
Okay.
There's a Mrs.
Okay.
And the Mrs. and the father have done, how do you call it?
Yeah.
So in that case, there's a confusion here. Exactly. So,
but that's the truth.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
No.
You said Mr. and Mrs. Was your friend's mom the side boo?
No, she was actually a first wife.
Second wife.
But
first wife.
First impression
Okay.
So she wasn't married.
She wasn't married.
So this one that was legal.
But why do you come to my wedding in the same cloth to my father?
That was not your business. So it's your mother and your father matter.
Oh, okay. Then they are both not coming anyway.
When they were doing arrangements, what was her mother?
Did you say they are both not coming?
You said that she would not wear the clothes.
No, but you were saying we give her a seat behind, right? In this case, I'm Thank you.
But it can happen as well. It can happen. You know, it's dicey. It can happen.
There's one thing that I want to actually point out. You know, sometimes God allows these kind of things to happen. Okay, so just to prove his power.
You always have to put the God factor inside.
you know, because you can't do anything without that, you see. Sometimes he just allows this to happen. For example, you have a rich dad, you have a rich stepmom, but they are refusing to take care of you. So then, in fact, growing up, you think that, oh, I can depend, my father can take care of me, buy all this stuff for me and all of that. But he ends up not doing that. And for all you know, it is God's own plan for you, so that you learn to depend on him and not just your parents or your step-parents. And then God comes through for you, just like this lady who, you know, the 6 of them became, you know, for all you know, it's God's plans for you know, so that we are not saying like, you know, maltreating your child or your stepchild is good, but sometimes
my director is actually saying something. She said, I will shout her about Kubo because
I mean, I think you're not even entering. Actually, the woman, no, my father has
it's painful, you know, it's painful.
No, but at least you get sell. You be able to get sell.
I think your director is good, but for me, you're not getting sell. I think it's a conversation we need to have. It's a conversation we need to have even before the wedding. Who are you coming? Are you coming with her?
+1.
+1, and she's coming as what?
Okay.
You see, and
because my mom and you are my parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell so in the picture, she's going to stand by my father.
I
mean, so to prevent all that, you don't come. And to me, I feel say embarrassing crash. Like
no, I think it's an awkward situation.
Exactly.
I get it.
Maybe I don't even want somebody to know the situation my family is in or something. So I don't think it's right. Yeah, for me, I don't think it's right.
So we still have more messages. I'm loving this evening. We still have more messages. My stepmother is an amazing woman. If I didn't tell you she was my stepmother, you would never know. That's how natural and loving our bond is. Before she married my dad, she asked him to find and bring home any child he had out there.
Wow.
Mother Teresa.
Very big hearts.
Mother Teresa.
Very big hearts.
Anyway, because of her, I met my biological father for the first time when I was 13 years old. I'm now 39. I love her deeply, and she loves me like her own daughter. She would sacrifice anything to make sure I'm okay. May God continue to bless her. Amen.
Now, before we
That is a
continue,
good one. Yeah.
Does the stepmother have a child already with a man? That's
No,
that's another question.
if you can hear me, that's your
That's another question.
Yeah.
If she doesn't have a child, then bringing you in is very easy for her.
But this is someone who's asking that if you have any other wayward, you have drop your seedlings anywhere, bring them.
But in a situation where the person, in a situation where you have a child with the man, right? Do you think she's going to actually say, "For money now, come home"? I mean, when we are looking at the whole stepmother thing, it's about property sharing and all that too. No, I mean, let's be real.
So in your case, you're asking that if she has a child to herself, she definitely doesn't want to know the others.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, I mean, technically, that's how this whole thing happens.
Okay.
So it's a fact that, I mean, they try to fight for property and all that. So I mean, we can't come and share that unless the man is maybe a billionaire or something.
Right. We're getting to more talk. Oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that, I understand your point, but sometimes people have these big hearts. And for the love they have for the man as well. Some people can be, very big heart.
Then I think I have a small heart.
Yeah, they're very minute.
Some people have big hearts like that. We shouldn't ignore that.
Well, that's also there. We're not necessarily trying to delve or dwell on the bad sides. There's a possibility that, So, more messages, and not a stepmom, but an auntie. They can actually fill the space also as a wicked stepmother with a grin and horns and tail. She treated me so bad. Now I behave as if nothing happened. Give her gifts, call her from time to time. I can see she fears me because she can't predict what is in my mind. I love this. This is when everything is soft and succulent. I strike you from the back.
Hey, nah.
I think
that's good. That's a good approach.
Well,
if only there's nothing behind.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's a good approach.
She's not too sure.
And is he also too sure what she's thinking too?
Yeah, you too. Are you too sure? Are you sure about you don't want to strike?
It's cause of fire. The whole those things. It's good.
That's when you haven't asked for forgiveness, but they come and mirror.
But some two can still keep being back to you.
Yeah, that's what I say. But when you are doing this and they're not too sure, that's when they come to say mirror. That she has things, Anyway, hi, my name is Jason from Nungwa. Please, host, I enjoyed the show. Thank you very much. Nice topic, and thank you for educating us. God bless you. Bless you too, darling. And good topic. Some stepmoms are hell, but grace has been on our side. Yeah. Happy to see my queen giving all out. Go higher, baby. Oh, hi. Anyway, now with the stepmother discussion, you were not fair. Oh. I'm a stepmother, a good one. You see, you're a good one. Let's just come and test the waters, please. I watched the program with the stepmother discussion. You were not fair. Oh, I'm a stepmother, a good one. You see, I watched.
And then we'll bet I
do you know the impression? The man is so unforgiving.
I will learn to forgive it.
We are sorry. But we're not only trying to say that stepmothers are bad. We're just, dwelling on a particular topic that we chose, which is my stepmother was really bad to me. Yeah. How do I deal about it? Like, what now? What does she want from me? Not necessarily saying that stepmothers are mad. Nah. No, we had to create that caveat, or we had to give that. We are sorry, but that's not what the intent is. It's actually because we're talking about a particular topic.
Yeah.
As in, my stepmother was bad to me, personalizing it to a particular person's story. And so we're not saying if you're watching with your stepchildren, darling. We're not saying our stepmothers are evil. Okay? What we're just saying is we're talking about a particular topic. So some of them is good. You can actually attest for your own self.
Some are
okay?
Good, some are good. Some are
And
good.
in the marriage ceremony, your father's wife is your father's guest. Not you, though. It's your ceremony. You cannot prevent your stepmom from attending. Life has its own terms. Now, I mean, pay
class one. Let's say I have a guest list. All right.
Okay.
I know I can cater for, let's say, 100 people, and I bet 101. I mean, you don't have to come there.
Come on, that's extreme. This one is so extreme. I know I'm with you for most of the time. But this one, yeah.
Debbie, listen to me, right? So, you didn't treat me well in the first place. And honestly speaking, these days, people are all trying to do weddings within budget. So, my wedding was within budget. You know. So, you see, at the end of the day, if I'm going to serve, let's say, 50 people, 51, we're going to know it won't happen. You don't have to come.
Okay, it's fine. But I think that you have to change your mind at some point. It's your father's plus one, like
in 10 years. In 10 years.
In 10 years. Yeah. Right. I'm so glad that you actually don't have a step parent, because other than that, this heart's dear. They will beat to kill you for town. Because
but now the issue is a stepmother who treated me bad. If she was good to me, I think she would have been my wedding. I'm telling you.
Right. We are just praying that you have a change of hearts.
I pray so.
I want to pray. Let's pray for him.
Amen.
In Jesus' name, receive it. Take a softer heart now.
Amen.
All right. On that note, since we are delivering soft hearts to people, and we are praying that you loosen your hearts towards your stepmothers tonight. This is how far we can go, and we've been talking about this topic, not necessarily to make stepmothers look bad, but actually because we posed a question from a particular perspective. Now, this evening, we've had a very wonderful time. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for all the messages that you have sent. It has been the Friends and Family Show. We'll be back tomorrow, same time at 6 p.m. We've been coming to you live wherever you're watching us from Tessano, Channel 1 TV, number 5 Ola Hanson Lane. I'm Noyo Kwote. It's good coming your way always. My love to you all the time. Have a good evening. Mwah.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Vivian Kai. Local coming up. President John Mahama to address the nation today on his social contract with citizens as he marks 120 days in office. Also coming up, Old Tafo MP Eko Vincent Asafwa serves notice of seeking a review of the Supreme Court's dismissal of his application to hold proceedings for the removal of the Chief Justice. And also coming up in business, some economists commend government for delivering significant portions of its commitments under the 120-day social contract, which has passed today. And later in sports, a new Ghana Olympic Committee President Richard Akpoghavi poised to complete unfinished business at the committee. Let's bring you details of our stories. Now, President John Mahama is expected to address the nation today, Wednesday, May 7, to provide an update on the progress of his administration's 120-day social contract with Ghanaians. Today marks exactly 120 days since President Mahama was sworn into office, a period within which he committed to delivering on key promises outlined in the 2024 NDC manifesto. Out of the 28 pledges made, 19 have so far been fulfilled, 2 are currently in progress, while 7 remain outstanding. Speaking to Channel 1 News, the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, said the President has delivered on most of his promises and remains committed to fulfilling the rest.
For the first time in the history of the fourth Republican Constitution, we had a president who promised that he was going to deliver 60 ministers and that he was going to form his cabinet within 14 days. And he did just that. Within 14 days, the cabinet was formed. I mean, as of now, we are doing 56 ministers instead of the 60 he promised. And see the results of the 56. That tells you that the country can be run as he did promise within the framework of 60 ministers, unlike others who came in and hit us with 126 ministers, and yet the country was on its knees. I mean, so it's exciting news. We promised to take out certain obnoxious taxes that will make businesses grow well in this country. The betting tax, the issue of the emission tax, the E-levy, all these taxes, obnoxious ones, they are taken out from the books. And then they are gone. The 1 million codes have been launched. The Jumawara policies, the entrepreneur policy, all of them have been launched. The economy is now on sound footing. The dollar rate is coming down drastically. Just yesterday, Guta, that Ghana Union of Traders Association, were applauding the president and patting him at the back. That look, whatever he's doing, he should continue it because their businesses are now growing and then things are getting better for them. So if you are a Ghanaian, you need to be proud with the president that you are voted into power and things are getting on well day in, day out.
We'll still stay with President's 120 day in office, and we're joined on the phone by governance expert Dr. John Osai Kwapong to glean further from him what he makes of the President's 120 days social contract. Doc, thank you for your time and welcome to Newsfeed. Hello, Doc, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. Now, 120 days in office, what is your initial assessment of the government so far?
Overall, I believe that the president is on the right track, both within the context of his 120-day social contract, but even overall, right from the beginning through his inaugural speech, his SONA, as well as the first budget of his government. I've been saying regularly that I believe the president is trying to make sure that his second presidency looks very distinct from the first, based on insights gained, lessons learned from his first term. And so I believe he's trying to put the government and economics on the right footing. Yes, it's still early days, and with time, that is when we would see the full impact of his policies and programs. But my overall initial assessment is that he's placing his government on the right footing within these 120 days.
Right. Now, some of the things he said he would do include looking at some disturbances we've seen, including the Ayawaso West Walk-on issue, Galamsey, ensuring that things are done better in that regard. But that hasn't been the case. And how do we assess him based on some of the key things that he has had a problem solving? So, for me, that is where his address to the nation in providing that update will be very critical. The things that he has been able to do within that 120 days, yes, it's easy to check those off. Now, the ones that haven't been done, I believe the onus is on him to make sure he can explain to we, the citizens, as to the current state of it. Maybe they've started, maybe it's still in process. Whatever the state is, I think it will be very important to explain to Ghanaians the current status of the unfulfilled part